Hello, I believe that we're live. Hey there everyone. It's nice to see you all, on this fine morning. No, it's pretty early for a stream, but hey, I have something to do later today, so felt that I should get this out of the way earlier on in the day. So it's nice to see all of you. Just gonna wait a little bit for more people to get in. If there's anything wrong with the audio, please let me know. There shouldn't be anything wrong with the audio unless it's something due to streaming. The audio unless it's something. Okay, so, well, currently 0 people in chat, but we can make deal with that. And there isn't an audio problem, thankfully. So, let's just get into it, shall we? Because Dark Archive is honestly the Pathfinder book that I am the most looking forward to, and of the ones that I know of that are coming out that have been announced, I'm looking forward to this book the most. And I'm not gonna lie, I have looked at some of the stuff that is in the book. I've had it for a couple of days and the temptation was too high, but a lot of it I don't. So let's just get into it. I am going to be skipping over a lot of the lore stuff because that stuff isn't going to be on Archives of Nethys, so therefore I'm not going to be showing it. Because I want to try and support Paizo, and I want to eventually, this stuff is going to end up being free, so I'm going to be showing that. I would buy the books from Paizo, people. They do good work. Regardless, let's start with the psychic, because it's the first thing in the book that is like a mechanical element, and I also know basically nothing about it. So again, I'm going to be ignoring lore and stuff because I have stuff to do later today, so I don't want this to go for like 10 hours. So I should have reviewed the playtest psychic before doing this, so I have some understanding. But key ability score, intelligence or charisma, same as the playtest. 6+ con hit points, same as the playtest. Trained in perception, trained in fort reflex, expert in will. Yeah, I am so excited for this book. Expert in will makes sense for a psychic. Trained in occultism. 3+ intelligence modifier skills. So I guess if you were a charisma based psychic, you're not going to have nearly as many skills. Which is okay, that's manageable. Trained in simples, you're not trained in martial weapons. Not that much of a surprise for a full caster. Untrained in all armor. Okay, pretty much standard basic proficiencies. So now we get into the big stuff. Okay, so let's look at psychic magic. And I am going to be skimming here because, good lord, there's over 200 pages. I don't have the time or ability to really do like super in-depth reading of everything. So any of the components impart obviously the concentrate trait. You can substitute any verbal components with a special mental component determined by your subconscious mind. So you don't have to speak, so you can silently cast spells. You can also substitute material components with more somatic components, although those tend to be simple hand movements. Okay, so basically you're much more subtle in your spell casting. And we're going to be seeing spells per day later on a table. Okay, so looks like it is similar to the playtest where they have fewer spells per day than other spellcasters, but I know that the amps that they can do for their cantrips are way stronger. So we'll be seeing that in a little bit. I should probably have something else up. Okay. I can't really see what I look like whenever I'm talking, so I have to do a little bit of window juggling. But heightening spells, so you have to pick them up through signature spells, similar to how normal spontaneous casters work. You can't freely heighten any spell like a prepared caster. And my god, cantrips work the same, but you get the ability to, in particular, cantrips special benefits with psychic amps. And you, depending on your choice of conscious mind, gives you different cantrips and psychic amps. Okay. Basically the same as a playtest, so I'm kind of breezing over some of this stuff. Spell repertoire. Again, I just prefer looking at the table for this kind of stuff. So yeah, you can swap around spells every time you level up. Pretty much the same. Oh, is there not a table for... Yeah, that'll work. How many spells per day do you know? Every time you get a spell slot, you add a spell from that level. At second level, you can select an additional... Okay, so it looks like you will know 2. Yeah, it looks like you will have 2 spells known per level, which isn't all that but I mean, again, the psychic is just a more limited full caster, so again, this isn't all that surprising. Honestly speaking, I focused a lot more on the thaumaturge whenever the playtest came out, so I'm not as familiar with the psychic, but this is similar to what I was expecting. Okay, so you can spend focus points to amp up cantrips. So you get basically get psy cantrips. Also, please let me know if the audio is bad. My headphones broke, and so I'm listening through like a 5-year-old pair of Apple earbuds where only one of them works. So I honestly can't really hear what's going on. For debugging whether or not the audio sounds good. So if you need the music to be louder, you want it to be lower, just let me know, because I have no idea what's going on. So, so you can get more psy cantrips through feats like the playtest. Level 1, you have 3 different ones determined by your conscious mind. One of them is unique to that conscious mind. The other one are just common cantrips. And here's the cool part. You start off with 2 focus points. Unlike other spellcasters, you don't get any focus spells that cost focus points. Instead, you use them to amp your spells. Whenever you cast one, you can amp it by spending 1 focus point to add the amp effect. And you regain your focus points during daily prep, and you can also regain focus points by spending 10 minutes to refocus, just meditation or doing something weird that is related to your psychic abilities. But the fun part is, if you spent focus points only on psychic amps or to fuel psychic abilities since you last refocused, you regain 2 focus points, up to your maximum of 2. Most classes, to get a feat like that, or rather to get the ability to get 2 focus points back whenever they refocus, that's normally I believe a 12th level feat. I know it's 12th level for monks, and I believe it's 12th level for champions. That's really good. It basically doubles the amount that you can use focus points throughout the day, because it means you can use an amp twice in a combat, and then twice in the next combat, and twice in the next combat, where normally until level 12, most spellcasters are only going to be able to use 1 focus spell a combat, and then 2 focus spells in a single combat during the day. So that's really good. Which is not surprising, considering that that is the focus of the entire class, is on amping up focus spells. But Unleash Psyche, this is a very core mechanic. Okay, so free action. When you're in an encounter at the beginning of your turn, and you cast a spell on your previous turn, and you aren't stupefied. Importantly, it doesn't have to be a spell that requires a spell slot, so you can trigger this off a cantrip. So you unleash your psyche for 2 rounds or until you fall unconscious. You can't voluntarily quell the state, so you can't end it outside of going unconscious. So it's a visual power-up, so there's obvious signs of it happening whenever you cast a damaging spell. There's a status bonus to damage equal to double the spell's level. That's tasty. Because again, that also works for cantrips, and they automatically heighten. You can use actions that have the Psyche trait. After Unleash Psyche subsides, your mind must recover from the... Okay, so you cannot unleash your Psyche for another 2 rounds, and then you're stupefied 1 for 2 rounds. I was misunderstanding what a lot of people were talking about, the Psychic. I thought that you were stupefied while you were, like, in the state. So if you cast any damaging spell, there is a chance of failure from stupefied. That's really good. If you are a damaging... If you've built your Psychic to do damage, Unleash Psyche is really good. Round 1, cast a cantrip. Round 2, enter Unleash Psyche. This is when you probably want to start using higher level spell slots to deal damage, or just amp your cantrips now, because they're going to be doing more damage. And then, yeah, you're stupefied 1 for 2 rounds, which kind of sucks on a spellcaster. But there are definitely some ways that you can get around that. Like treat condition from the medic. You could just treat condition on yourself to get rid of the stupefied, so you could cast another round. But you're probably only gonna get 1 Unleash Psyche off in a combat. Because round 1 to get into Unleash Psyche, then 2 rounds of being buff, 2 rounds, or 1 round of not being able to enter it. So what would that be? Round 5 you would cast another spell, round 6 you can enter into another Unleash Psyche state. Most combats aren't gonna get to, like, round 6. But still, whenever it is in effect, that's really good. Now, Subconscious Mind. I believe this one affects your key ability score? Okay. And I am going to jump around so I can actually look at all these in detail. So, yeah. Emotional Acceptance is charisma based, and it's all about throwing yourself headlong into your own emotions. Gather Lore is all about, like, actually learning how to use psychic magic and not just winging it. Precise Discipline is through control over your mental power rather than, like, actually being taught. It's more through intense meditation, seems like. And Wandering Reverie is just using your daydreams to kill people. So let's go page 15. Yeah, Subconscious Minds. We'll get back to the class features, because I want to talk about these first, because they're very core. So Emotional Acceptance first. Your thought components are emotions. You might summon... so you might summon the sense of freedom to allow you to fly, or feel afraid to make other people afraid. So there's generally abstract or vivid effects of your visual or auditory spell manifestations. So bright flashes of color because you're feeling very colorful. Your psyche action is Restore the Mind. So while you have unleashed your psyche, for 1 action, choose one of the 2 benefits to grant an ally within 30 feet. And you can only do this once per 10 minutes. +1 status bonus to saving throws against mental effects until your psyche ends. Okay, so it lasts. Or they regain hit points equal to 2 plus double your level. It's not good healing. But it's healing for 1 action that you can do at range. You can definitely make that work for, like, oh no, someone's unconscious, I'm going to get them up so they can take care of themselves. The status bonus against mental effects, that is a lot more situational. But when it's good, it's really good. Mental effects are really bad whenever they come up, but they just aren't super common. Although maybe they will be a lot more common now that there's more psychic shit out there. Gathered lore are specifically not self-taught. Thought components are mantras to assist you in a given spell that you have to mentally repeat. You're gonna be the most annoying person to cast, just like detect thoughts on. It's just the same thing over and over again whenever you cast spells. A lot of runic symbols and stuff that just appear around you at all times. Recall the teachings. One action, you search the mind for the right teaching, whatever, which seems at first cryptic but comes into clarity when it's relevant. Until the start of your next turn, you count as having to aid all allies within 30 feet. You can then attempt to aid them and you roll occultism no matter what. Oh, okay, so this is pretty similar to the one for all swashbuckler feat that allows for you to aid one person, spend an action to prepare to aid one particular person, but you use diplomacy instead of whatever they're actually doing. So yeah, that's really good, because the big thing is that you aid all that's terrible. The big thing is that you aid all of your allies within 30 feet. One for all is really, really good, but it only works on one specific person. You pick and choose which one of your friends you're going to give a lot of emotional support to. This works on everyone, so you can pick and choose throughout the rest of the turn which person is doing the thing that is most important to give them advice for, because you only have the one reaction, so you can only aid one person a turn. But because you're prepared to aid everyone, that's really good. Although you probably are only going to be using it twice in combat, because you can only use this while in Unleash Psyche. Precise Discipline. So it's self-taught, but just through intense control rather than just letting loose like most. Okay. So one action, you get a +2 circumstance bonus to AC and reflex saves. That isn't as good as the other two that we've seen so far, because you can always just grab a shield and get the +2 bonus to AC. But getting into reflex saves isn't bad. From what I've seen, it doesn't look like the Psychic has particularly good reflex saves, so getting a bonus would be nice. I won't turn it down, I'll say that, but it's not quite as cool. So Wandering Reverie. So you empty your mind to access a deep, more chaotic state of free association. So this is the one where you cast spells by removing any control that you have. You still have control as a player, but not as a PC. Okay. This is kind of happening without your character's intentional control, but it just happens to work out. Flights of imagination spill into the real world for faded to daydreams. You become concealed until the start of your next turn. This can't be used to hide because it's very obvious. Okay, so it's just flat 20% miss chance for an action, which is good. I think that's I don't know if that might be better than calculate threats for a defensive ability, because you're a psychic, your armor isn't going to be great anyway, so a +2 is certainly going to make a big difference, but a 20% miss chance is probably actually going to make a bigger difference in terms of negating crits. Yeah, so that's really good. Now let's see if they have anything to say about conscious minds. Nothing of value here, so we see it here. So they grant particular spells to your spell repertoire. So you always have access to a thematic spell for your conscious mind. You get 2 common cantrips that you cast at level 1. These are the same as used by other spellcasters, but you cast them as side cantrips, which means that you can amp them. Okay. Unique side cantrips, you also gain access to a unique cantrip. Okay, so I think this is different than the playtest, where you automatically gain access to 3 different side cantrips at level 6 and level 10. You have to take feats to get them in the playtest, I think. But anyway, Distant Grasp. So this one is all about telekinesis, which I'm really excited. This is the one psychic conscious mind that I am probably the most excited for. I'm excited for all of them, but especially this one. So I'm just gonna be straight with you guys here. I'm not gonna recognize all of these spells, like in the granted spell list. But kinetic ram. Oh, that's new. Of course, I wouldn't know. Kinetic maneuver, spell attack roll in place of an athletics check. Levitate is pseudo fly. Flies fly. Telekinetic calls, pick up a bunch of shit, move it around. And I think the only one I don't recognize them. All the other ones are new to this book, except for Implosion, which is just you make someone implode. It's a very fun spell that does a lot of damage. But you get Mage Hands and Telekinetic Projectile, and then Telekinetic Rend, Vector Screen, and Dancing Blade. Okay, so Mage Hand, whenever you cast it with Distant Grasp, can carry up to 1 bulk instead of only light bulk. If it's signed to 3rd level, it's 2 bulk. And if it's 7th level or higher, then it's 3 bulk. So, just like 1 bulk better than normal Mage Hand. Whenever you amp it, you create a multitude of kinetic hands that target a medium-sized or smaller creature. You can attempt to shove them in a direction of your choice. Spell attack roll against Fortitude DC instead of Athletics. They take a minus 10-foot penalty to their speed until the spell ends. No matter the result of... Yet, no matter the result on your spell attack roll, they take the status penalty to their speed, and you can just continue to sustain that. And you can also, whenever you sustain it, you try and shove them again. So, yeah, you can definitely make that work. You may not have a hugely high chance of succeeding if you cast this on someone with a good fort save, but the penalty to speed can just be super annoying to deal with. Once it's heightened to 4th level, you can attempt to disarm instead of shove. And if you actually knock it out of their hands by crit succeeding, then the Mage Hand automatically grabs it. And the spell now carries it as if you picked it up with an unamped Mage Hand. Okay. I much prefer disarming instead of shoving, which is weird because disarming is a lot worse than shoving because you have to critically succeed to do anything of value. But because you can just continue to do this at range on a spellcaster just by sustaining an amped Mage Hand, there's a pretty good chance that over a couple of rounds of sustaining, that's going to be able to work. Ugh. Okay, so Telekinetic Projectile. Your telekinetic projectiles just go further, so it's 60 feet instead of 30 feet. Won't turn down extra range. If you amp it, even more force, driving your opponents backwards in a hail of objects. So on a success, you push them 5 feet away from you. On a crit success, you push them 10 feet. And as you heighten... Oh, Jesus. That's really good. So every level that it gets heightened past level 1, you increase the damage by 2d6 instead of 1d6. That That's really good. That is the best single target damage cantrip. Well, it's not a cantrip anymore, it's basically a focus spell, but and you still push people away. I need to look at the archetype for this later, because that makes telekinetic projectile the best or one of the better focus spells that I've seen for a magus to basically what I'm saying is, if you can get this specific psi cantrip, that's very good for a magus with a psychic archetype. That's really good. That would be what, at level 3 3d6, at level a level 3 heightened, it would be what, 5d6 damage instead of 3d6? Yeah, that's really nice. And pushing people away from you so then they can't hit you. Telekinetic Rend, you get this level 1. It creates 2 non-overlapping 5-foot bursts within 60 feet. They get a basic fortitude save, and you deal either 1d6 bludgeoning or 1d6 slashing to all creatures in the area. And they only take damage once if they're in 2 bursts. And every 2 levels it increases by 1d6. You amp it, the burst deals 1d6 bludgeoning and 1d6 slashing. And anyone who fails is stunned 1. I can't say whether or not this is like comparable damage to other AoE cantrips like Electric Arc or Scatter Degree, just because I don't have a damage calculator up, but that seems really good. Especially once you can get another 5-foot burst, it's going to be a lot easier. Like, the thing is, Electric Arc can only target two creatures. Scatter Scree, unless you're fighting tiny sized creatures, can only target 2 creatures. This, at level 1, can target a max of 8 if they are perfectly positioned. Which they will never be. So it's more like 3 creatures is much more reasonable. Which, that's really good, especially once you get the 3rd one. And once you amp it, then yeah, its damage is going to be very good. Because it's doing 2d6 at level 1. So at level 3, it'd be doing 4d6 in 3 different 5-foot burst areas. Again, I don't have a damage calculator up. I'm not that familiar with exactly how cantrip damage should scale, so I can't say exactly. Vector Screen, transparent. The 2 actions, 1 5-foot square. Creatures can pass through the screen, but ammunition can't. Bigger ranged weapons like javelins take a minus circumstance penalty. I mean, I'd love for a shooty psychic teacher. That just sounds like fun. I can't say that I'm super familiar with shoonies. For some reason, I've just never gotten around to actually looking through the ancestry. I understand having to clean out your apartment. I could probably do a bit of that myself, but I have things to screen. So basically, Vector Screen, you can stop arrows, bolts, bullets. So you create, if you're good at creating that 5-foot square, that's a very good cantrip to just pop in front of, oh no, there's someone at the back with a bow and arrow or a gun. Not today. Yeah, no, the psychic does seem really interesting, and yeah, I don't have 1,000 subscribers yet, so I can't turn on monetization for my channel. and massive ranged weapons. Like, you can't slip a ballista bolt with it. Once it gets heightened to 5th level, it's 10 feet wide, which is so much better. 6th level, it is 10 feet wide, and it can interfere with even massless attacks like magic blasts. Okay, so if someone tries to shoot like a produce flame through it at 6th level, it will still give a penalty on the attack roll. Also protects against area effects, giving standard cover to creatures on the opposite side of the screen from the center. Okay, so it doesn't stop a fireball shooting through it, but it does protect people from a fireball on the other side of it. You amp it though, it lasts longer, and you can detonate it. So it's increased to a duration of 1 minute, and you can dismiss the spell. If there are any projectiles stuck trapped in it, you can cast telekinetic projectile to fire them at one creature as part of dismissing the spell. Measure the ranges starting from... Okay. That's a really cool cantrip. And you can only make one telekinetic projectile attack. But still, that's really good. Oh, yeah, but you need 1,000 subscribers to enable monetization on the YouTube channel. Specifically, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, and I have like 6,000 watch hours, but I don't have the subscriber count yet. And yeah, I hit 750 today, which already seems like too much. Okay, so Dancing Blade. Get this at level 10. Telekinetically animate a weapon that is unattended or on your person. Whenever you first cast the spell, it automatically flies to the target and strikes. It moves along with the target, always remaining within reach. This is sustained. So every time that you do sustain it, it either changes to a different partner or strikes. It uses the weapons... it uses your multiple attack penalty. So change partners, it goes to a different creature within 30 feet. Attacks its target using the spell attack roll on a hit. Deals 2d6 plus your spellcasting modifier damage. Damage type determined by the weapon. So so it's 2d6 no matter what. So you can use this with a dagger, and it does 2d6. Although by level 10, 2d6 isn't huge. Yep, I'll see you when I see you. Good having you here. So, and every time that it gets, or every 2 levels that it gets heightened, it increases by 1d6. But when you amp it, it increases in strength. So, changes from d6 to d10s. And you can instead try and guard. So it grants a plus to circumstance bonus to AC against melee attacks. To the creature that it's following. Oh, so you can like make a dagger go and follow around a friend and give them a bonus to AC as so long as you sustain. I don't. So push. Push is the name of the action, right? This should say shove. Like one of these should say shove, because push is not an action in 2e. So that's just a little typo. I think that everyone is going to be able to figure out what they mean by that, but it's still a little minor thing that bothers me. But regardless, it's okay. Guard is really good if you have like a barbarian or something who's using a two-handed weapon, so they can't use a shield. You can go and protect them. Okay. Infinite Eye. So this one's all about just seeing more than you should be able to see, rather than like telekinesis. True Strike, really good. Augury, good if you can make it work. Organ Sight, I think that's good if you have a good medicine. But I don't know how many attacks you're going to be making with Infinite Eye. Clairvoyance is very good. Prying Eye. I'm surprised that you don't have Scrying, although that might be a different conscious mind. but all these are good. Divination is a very, very good school of magic. But Detect Magic and Guidance, Psy Cantrips, and you get Glimpse Weakness, Omnidirectional Scan, and Foresee the Path. So Detect Magic is good. Shocker, Detect Magic is a very good cantrip, but let's see what they change. Okay. So you are aware of any creature that is affected by a spell or carrying a magic item. That's going to be most creatures. And you can determine the main location of magic within any magical hazard and the emanation, with all of the normal restrictions on illusions. Manifest as an alteration to your vision, seeing a soft aura around a creature or hazard. Sensing this phenomena doesn't make it clear which spell is on a creature, nor which of its items are magical. That's really good. Because generally if someone has a magic spell cast on them, they're probably not, like, if you're walking down the street and you cast Detect Magic and there's like an incredibly standard looking like laborer who you think might have been following you, and then you cast Detect Magic and they glow with magic, they're probably not who they seem they are. And the big thing is that you get this at level 1, so you can detect magic items that are on a specific person at level 1. Normally you have to wait until level 4 to even get the exact square. If you amp it, when you detect magic in the presence of magic on an enemy or hazard, you get a +1 status bonus against saves against magic originating from that enemy or hazard for 3 rounds. If you find magic on multiple sources, you get the bonus against all. That is very nice. Status bonus against magic. Yeah, no, like, if someone has a magical item on them, they are either going, like, it's not all that surprising for spellcasters to have magical items. So that's really nice. And at 7th level, the amp increases that save against magic to a +2. Yeah, that's just nice. It's a bit of a gamble, because you don't know if they're going to have magic on them. But it's still good. Guidance. Okay. This was really good in the playtest. Guidance. The range increases to 120 feet. Fair. Amped guidance doesn't cause a creature to become temporarily immune to guidance, and a creature can be targeted by amped guidance even if it is temporarily immune to guidance. You can also cast it as a reaction whenever an ally fails or critically fails an attack roll, perception roll. So you can cast it as a reaction whenever someone would fail at something where guidance would make a difference, and then retroactively you can give them a +1. And at 6th level, the bonus from the spell increases to a +2. That's really nice. If it's like, oh no, we're fighting the boss, the fighter missed by 2. Okay, as a reaction, I'm gonna spend a focus point and make sure that they hit. That's nice, especially once you can figure out a creature's DCs, which you can figure out a creature's AC pretty fast, so long as you have multiple people making attack rolls every turn. Yeah, that's really good. Glimpse weakness. You glimpse a loose scale, a seam in a foe's armor, or a similar weakness, hitting your allies with precise strikes. The first ally that hits the target with a successful strike deals additional. Okay, so 1+ spell level. 1+ spell level precision damage. But if you, and it also then immediately ends. But if you amp it, then the damage is 1d4 + 1, and then for every 2 levels thereafter increases by 1d4 + 1. That's not great. I guess I honestly, it's a good third action, but it isn't a huge amount of precision damage. Although I would argue that this should get doubled on a crit, which does make it a bit better. But you're still going to be running into enemies where they don't have a weakness, aka they don't take precision damage, but those aren't that common. My throat is already dying and we're haven't even gotten to class feats. Oh no. I'll get as far as I can, but if it ever gets painful to speak, then I'm gonna have to call it early. Maybe not streaming for like 2 weeks, and then immediately jumping in and saying, yeah, let's do a 6-hour stream wasn't a good idea. Anyway, omnidirectional scan. I might have to start going a bit faster. One action, you target one ally and one enemy until the start of your next turn. You can choose to seek for the entire emanation of the spell, regardless of whether you seek one target ally and one target enemy. If a target is concealed or hidden from you, you automatically succeed on the flat checks to target them with the spell. You prepare to aid the target ally on an attack roll against them. If you take this aid reaction, use your spell attack modifier. Okay, that's weird. I guess being able to aid using spell attack modifier is okay. And you can't make things worse. So it's not that bad as a just, yeah, I'm gonna spend my third action after casting a spell to be able to aid out an ally. It's not bad, but let's see what the amp does. Oh, you just learn their highest and lowest saving throws, and you and all of your allies within 30 feet get a +1 circumstance bonus on attacks and damage against the creature. For until the start of your next turn. If you take aid reactions you've prepared for and succeeded on your attack roll, well, you're not gonna have, or no, I should look at the other class features. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Yeah, I mean, it's good. The main thing that I really like it for is getting the highest and lowest saving throws, because then that can help you use your other spell slots better. And being able to just aid as a third action is good. Aid, don't overlook aid. Aid is very good. So foresee the path. Sustain for 1 minute, targets an ally and an enemy, 60-foot range. See a bit into the future. Make a perception check against the target enemy's will DC or deception DC, whichever is higher. Certain DCs might be more appropriate if it's higher. Warfare lower might peak better. If you critically succeed, the target ally gains a reaction that lets it make a melee strike against the target enemy. If triggered, the enemy leaves a square. Oh, triggered. So basically, you give your ally an attack of opportunity. If they already have an ability like attack of opportunity, they can forgo the temporary reaction to insane. Oh. Okay, so you can just give your ally attack of opportunity. This is a cantrip. And you can sustain it. Oh, this is really nice. And also, whenever you sustain it, whenever it's amped, you can give it to another friend. Oh, being able to hand out attacks of opportunity is so good, even if it only is whenever they leave a square. So standing up will not use foresee the path, but walking around does. And if someone already has attack of opportunity, like let's say you have a fighter friend, they get a +1 or +2 status bonus on their attack rolls made as a reaction. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, I love that. This might be one of my favorite like side cantrips we've seen yet, if not my favorite. So oscillating wave, all about manipulating energy, specifically fire and cold. So you get burning hands, pretty good. Heat metal, very good. Fireball, what's not to love? Fire Shield, pretty good. Cone of Cold, very good. Flame Vortex, pretty good. Fiery Body, pretty good. Polar Ray, yeah. So the granted spells are just blast spells, which who's gonna turn down blast spells? You get Produce Flame and Ray of Frost, and you get Thermal Stasis, Entropic Wheel, and Redistribute Potential. Oh, okay, so you have another special ability. Whenever you use magic to add or remove energy, you must then balance it with the opposing force. The first time in an encounter that you cast a granted spell for your unconscious mind or a side cantrip, decide whether or not you're adding or removing energy. Once you add energy, you must remove energy the next time you cast one of those spells. When you refocus, you restore yourself to neutral. You add it gains the fire trait, and it changes to deal fire damage, and any resistance it grants is to cold damage. And if you remove energy, it changes to cold. So Fiery Body grants Ray of Frost instead of Produce Flame. God, this is weird. So you have to swap back and forth between fire and cold damage. And Mind Shift. Whenever you use an action as the Mind Shift trait, you can choose to add or remove energy to it instead of making it mental. I think Mind Shift is an ability I just haven't seen because I'm looking at the conscious and subconscious minds first. But I believe that you can add the mental trait to spells so you do mental damage instead of something else, and this just allows for you to do cold or fire damage instead of mental damage. And change any save to reflex. Oh, so if you're fighting something as a poor reflex save, it seems like you can maybe change other spells to target reflex instead of other various saving throws. Regardless, Produce Flame. Oof. Okay, so Produce Flame just goes up to D6s instead of D4s. That's good. Obviously, about one higher damage per level that it gets heightened. Project Pure Heat whenever it's amped. It changes to 1d10 fire damage, not including spell modifier. Oh, so do you lose your spell modifier to your damage? That sucks. +1 fire splash damage. When using amped as a melee attack, it's 1d12s, and you're not affected by the splash damage. It's weird that you lose your spell attack roll modifier. That kind of sucks. Well, no. Increasing to 1d10 is good. Like, don't get me wrong, average on 1d10 is, what, 5.5? So at level 1, if you amp, okay, let's say you're using this in melee. So you're using Produce Flame in melee, you're doing, unamped at level 1, 1d6 plus 4. So that's an average of 7.5 damage. If you use this in melee, you are dealing 1d12 plus 1, so the exact same damage when it's amped. Now, it makes a much bigger difference as you level up. So, like, if you're, let's say you're level 7. Level 7, unamped, you would be doing 4d6 plus 4. So what's that? 14, 18 average damage. But if you're amping it, then you're doing 4d12, which 4d12 is 13, 26. Yeah, no, as you level up, that gets really good. Also, speaking, I said this earlier where, telekinetic projectile is a really good side cantrip for a magus to use. This is so much better. Amping it up and then say, oh yeah, I'm doing like a d12, or like, oh, I'm a level 7 magus, I'm gonna spend 1 focus point to do 4d12 with my spell strike. That's really nice. Fun little graphical glitch. Ray of Frost, so 120 foot range. So this one is focusing on ranged effects instead of melee like Produce Flame. If you amp it, it does 1d12 cold damage, and you gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage that the target takes. That's good. And yeah, no, it's really simple. You gain temporary hit points, and it's 1d10 damage instead of 1d12. Although it appears like you still don't get your spell ability modifier to your damage roll here, because the ray deals 1d10 cold damage, not the ray does 1d10 cold damage plus your spellcasting ability modifier. So that kind of sucks. Again, as you level up, the difference in die is going to make itself much more apparent. But I don't know. I like having a decent modifier to my damage rolls. It makes them feel consistent. Thermal stasis. Duration 1 creature until the start of your turn. Oh, so you can give resistance to cold damage and resistance to fire damage. And as it gets heightened, it increases by 2. So if you know you're about to be casting a amped Produce Flame next to an ally, action before you do that is give your ally thermal stasis so they don't take the splash damage. And then you amp it, it's a 1 minute duration. So, or if you're fighting a fire dragon or a cold dragon or a fire giant or any of the vast amount of creatures in 2e that can deal fire or cold damage, that's really nice. Oh, my voice is dying. Entropic Wheel. Reaction as you deal cold or fire damage, you're going to be doing that constantly. Duration a minute. When you cast the spell, the wheel has 1 mode of thermal energy, and when you use cold or fire effects or deal cold or fire damage, it spins, siphoning off a bit of energy and getting another mote. You can get more motes at once. Maximum number is equal to Entropic Wheel's level. Whenever you cast a spell that does fire damage, they also take cold damage equal to the number of motes. This is so weird. It's really weird, but really interesting. If you're fighting something... Okay, because you have to swap back and forth between dealing cold and fire damage with this conscious mind. So Entropic Wheel allows for you to, if you're fighting something with a fire or cold weakness, that you're going to be triggering that weakness every single turn. No matter if something has fire weakness and you shoot it with a Ray of Frost, as long as Entropic Wheel is going, you're going to be triggering that fire weakness. That's cool. Throat is rough. Okay. Redistribute potential. 2 adjacent 5-foot squares. Energy tries to balance it out, but with your magic you can shunt all the energy in one area to another. Creatures in the area take 46 damage with a base of fort save. One of the squares does cold damage, the other does fire damage. If they fail its save, they become clumsy 1 if they took cold damage, or enfeebled 1 from heat stroke if it was concentrated heat. These conditions last until the start of your next turn, and they can only take damage from one of the effects at a time if it's really big. And as it gets heightened, it increases by 1d4. If it's amped, it's 2 5-foot squares, or, sorry, 2 10-foot bursts. They still must be adjacent to each other and can overlap. And it's 66 damage instead of 44. And the conditions last for a minute instead of 1 round. and increases by 2d6 instead of 1d4. Okay, so yeah, that's just a good way to deal cold and fire damage in an area, especially once that's amped. 2 10-foot burst is pretty good. Just try not to hit your allies, unless they have a good fortitude save and they're okay with it. Okay, Silent Whisper. This is another one that was in the playtest. So this one's all about telepathy. Get Mind Link, Touch of Idiocy, Heroism. Heroism's amazing. Telepathy, Synaptic Pulse, Sending, Visions of Danger, Uncontrollable Dance, and Telepathic Demand. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what half of those do, but I know what some of them do. A lot of those are not direct combat spells. Like Telepathy is useful out of combat, Mind Link is generally useful outside of combat, Sending is useful outside of combat. But you get Daze and Message, and you get Forbidden Thought, Shatter Mind, and Contagious Idea. Daze increases to 120 foot. That's good. Whenever you amp it, it cracks their mental defenses, making them further susceptible to psychic attacks. Damage increases to 1d10. If they fail their save, they gain weakness 1 to mental damage and take a -1 status penalty to will. On a critical failure, the weakness is 3. And the weakness applies before Daze deals damage. Okay, so it's a fair increase to your damage and to other mental spells that you cast on them. And it's only for 1 turn. Oh, it's fine if we go over everything I'm planning on going over. We're gonna be here for a long while yet. Okay, so Daze can now be used to give it's a much higher damaging effect, can apply a status penalty on will saves, and applies weakness, although only when amped. Oof. Okay, so Message, I remember this one just being one of my favorite psychic cantrips from the playtest. Can travel 120 feet, bending around walls and obstacles. You just need to know where they are. So once you get amped, then the target of your message can immediately step or stride as a reaction, and once it's amped 4th level, I am very excited for this book. I've spoiled some of it for myself, but in general, it's just so cool. So once it's amped at 4th level, they can instead choose to shove, strike, or trip instead of stepping or striding. So you can spend one action and a focus point to allow one of your allies to make a strike, which is very good. Sometimes just being able to make a barbarian make a strike with no MAP and nothing that the enemy can do about it, that's really good. So Forbidden Thought, do somatic and verbal, will save 30 feet. Okay. Psychic Lock. So choose strike, stride, cast a spell, or a specific action you know that they have, like breath weapon. If the creature attempts that action for its next turn, it takes 1d6 mental damage plus your spellcasting ability modifier, the basic will save, and then it's immune for 1d6 or for 1 minute. And if you amp it, it just It's stun 1. Okay, that's not really that good. Unless you put this on someone with a really bad will save, and then they crit fail. I was hoping that the temporary immunity would change when it was amped, So if you amped it, then it would be immune. We are on the cycle. We're going over the conscious minds. These are the stuff where it's like, oh, you focus on manipulating cold and fire or telekinesis, or we're currently on the silent whisper, which is all about telepathy and messing with people's minds. Yeah, I was hoping, just from reading the base cantrip, I was hoping that whenever it got amped, it could only affect someone once around, but it still lasted for like a minute. So it would be like once around where they make a strike, they have to make a will save and take the damage. Still, it's okay. It's just level 1, and also with the mental damage weakness from days, it's a bit better. Although both of them are 2-action spells, so you can't actually stack them. Shatter Mind. In a 15-foot cone, you deal mental damage equal to 2d6 plus your spellcasting ability font modifier to everyone in the cone. And if it's amped, it's a 30-foot or 60-foot cone, and the damage dice for the spells increases to d10s, and if they're stupefied 1, or 2 on a crit fail. That's really good. I mean, for one, AoE cantrips are pretty rare, but that's a very large area of effect if you amp it with a focus point. And Contagious Idea. Targets 1 or 2 creatures other than you, 2 actions. You plant a pleasant or terrifying thought in one person's mind, and then you plant it in another person's mind. You can't choose a creature who's already been targeted by this casting of Contagious Idea, nor can you choose yourself. The second target can be beyond the range of the spell, but must be within 30 feet of the first target. If you put a happy thought in their head, 5 temporary hit points. And terrifying thought, they have to succeed a will save. Crit success, nothing happens, and they're immune for a minute. Success, frighten 1 and temporarily immune. Failure, frighten 2. Critical failure, frighten 3. And if you decide to actually amp this, then you can choose to spread the thought from the second target to a third target in the same manner as spreading it. A pleasant thought grants twice as many temporary hit points. Okay, so this is really good for spreading frightened. This is amazing for spreading frightened, because you choose one enemy who's within 30 feet, they have to make a will save, and then you choose another person within 30 feet of the first target, and they have to make a will save. So long as they don't succeed, you can just do this again next turn and potentially just re-up their frightened. That's really nice. And terrifying, because you're literally just planting terrifying images into people's heads. But it's really really fun for the psychic. Okay, Tangible Dream. This is one that I'm really curious about, because pulling colors and shapes from the depth of your mind, projecting them as impossible creations into the world as tapestries of astral thread and sculptures of force and light. That just sounds cool. So you get Color Spray, Mirror Image, Sea of Thought. There's new Resilient Sphere, Etheric Shards. If that's anything like one of the Etheric Shards, it has a lot of potential to be amazing. Blade Barrier, Project Image, Scintillating Pattern. I can never pronounce that right, or I always feel like I'm at least saying it wrong. And then Prismatic Sphere. You get Dancing Lights, Shield, Imaginary Weapon, Astral Rain, and Hologram Cage. Also, like, all of these spells are pretty good. Mirror Image is very good at low level and not nearly as good as you level up, because its incapacitation, but if you do heighten it, it can be okay. Mirror image is very good. I don't know what these two are, but etheric shards is possibly amazing. Regardless, dancing lights. Yep, it's been good to have you here. The dancing lights. They can float wherever you like. After critting them, they can move more than 10 feet away from other lights and more than 120 feet away from you. Is this just infinite range? That just kind of seems like infinite range. So you still have to have a line of effect on them, but that's okay. You can do stuff with that. And then once amped, they swirl together in a hypnotic display. Flashing display comprised of all 4 lights in an unoccupied 5-foot square. If you move the lights when you sustain the spell, the lights must remain together. Spell gains the visual trait. Each creature in a 5-foot emanation around the lights must make a fort save. On a success, they're dazzled until the start of your next turn and becomes temporarily immune for a minute. Failure, they're dazzled until the start of your next turn. And has to attempt a new saving throw whenever it starts next to the lights. Oh, but crit fail, they're also fascinated. That's fun. I don't know if it's particularly good because it's spending a focus point to potentially dazzle a target. Although, no, you're guaranteed to dazzle a target. Because there's no crit success where you aren't affected. But there's easier ways to make people concealed. Shield. Shield can be deployed on behalf of others. When you cast shield, you can choose a target ally to gain the benefits instead of you. And shield block uses up your reaction instead of theirs. And you can amp it, so there's a layered defense of 3 shields instead of just 1. And the duration extends to sustain for a minute. It still lowers at the start of each of your turn, but you raise it whenever you sustain. When you use shield block, whenever it's amped, one of the 3 layers breaks and you cease to gain the bonuses to AC, but the spell doesn't end. You can keep using the spell until the finer layer breaks. Once it does, the spell ends and you can't cast shield for 10 minutes. You can choose to break additional layers when you shield block to improve your defenses. If you break 2, increase the hardness by 1.5, or if you break all 3, then double it. So you can, again, toss this on a barbarian that's using a 2-handed weapon to improve their AC a bit and just in general survivability. If you do this to a martial, they will love you. Unless, they're like a champion or something who's using their own shield that's very fancy. Imaginary weapon. Simple weapon of force. Make a melee spell attack roll against your target's AC. If you hit, you deal a choice of bludgeoning or slashing damage equal to 1d8 plus your spell casting ability modifier. On a critical success, you deal double bludgeoning damage and can detonate them to push them 10 feet away from you. When it's amped, it will lash out at multiple foes. This is touch, which kind of sucks. Your multiple, so basically you multi-attack if you amp it. And while heightened, the damage increases to 2d8 instead of 1d8. So, as I've mentioned multiple times already in this stream, this is amazing for a magus. Now, I don't know how much a psychic is actually going to want to get into melee, because you're a 6 hit point class that doesn't have many good AC boosting abilities, but this is amazing for a magus. If you can gain access to it, even without heightening, or not without heightening, without amping. Both telekinetic projectile and produce flame are amazing when amped. This doesn't have to be amped. That's the big thing. You can do this every single spell strike where you're only going to be able to use amped telekinetic projectile and amped produce flame a couple of times a combat as a magus, where you can use imaginary weapon every single spell strike. Okay, astral rain. Fling thoughts into the air where they expand as numerous other blades that rain down. Any creature that's in the area, which is 1 5-foot cube, or injures it before the start of your next turn, takes bludgeoning damage or piercing equal to 2d6 or 2d4, plus your spellcasting ability modifier with a basic reflex save. I mean, not bad for a cantrip, especially because it's anyone who enters it, so you can just plop this on a doorway. And then they have to make a reflex save. And it changes to a 5-foot burst when amped, and you can sustain it for a minute. The first time, and you can move it. Okay, still not great, but it's fantastic for locking down particular points of interest. Like, if there's a MacGuffin that someone wants to steal, just plop a burst on it and say, yeah, go grab it, I dare you. And hologram cage. 1 cube, 20 feet, so a 20-foot cube within 60 feet for a minute. All shed bright light in 10 feet in dim light for the next 20, and completely block line of sight. Creatures within the cage can't be seen by creatures outside of it, although they can see each other, and creatures outside can't see in. You can dismiss it when you cast it again. Your previous... This is a cantrip? Okay. And this is... Oh, okay. People can walk through it. Okay. This is not a force effect. It is just a light effect. If you amp it, though, force walls make the walls physical as well as visual. And each 10 by 10 foot section has AC 10, harness equal to double the spell level, and HP equal to quadruple the spell level. If it's disrupted, if any of its walls would pass through a creature whenever you cast it. This is still really good for saying, no, I don't want someone... This is such a good anti-caster. Oh my god, this is such a... just a straight fuck you to a caster. It's a block line of sight cantrip. But, like... So you get this at level 10. So, at level 10, if you were to amp this, it's a 20 by 20 foot area. The hardness, it would hardness 10 and HP of 20. So then either they're going to have to cast a cantrip to break open a wall. And correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't normally GM very much, but do most NPC spellcasters have access to cantrips? I know that I haven't... Whenever I've fought spellcasters as a player, they generally don't cast cantrips because they just use every single high-level spell that they have access to rather than using a cantrip. But if you keep a caster in the area and you amp it so the walls are real, would they have to actually spend like spell slots to bust out if they don't have any kind of natural attack? But regardless, you can keep someone away for at least a round or two, which is so good for a focus point. There are definitely psych cantrips that I've talked about already that I think are probably better than this. But this is, no. I think this is the best one yet. There might be ones that are more fun, but good lord, putting someone in the timeout chair is really funny. And this isn't even sustained. This is like getting Baby Wall of Force as a cantrip. Oh my god, that's amazing. I mean, yeah, you can't affect people when they're in there, but they can't affect you. So, Unbound Step. Unbound Step is all about, yeah, like, oh no, there's someone with a huge bow at the back of the combat. Okay, you're gonna have to spend a couple of actions moving through everything. Also, if you want to be especially mean, what you do is this is, of course, this is over the top as all hell. But what you do is you cast Hologram Cage, make the walls real, so you amp it, and then they're going to be spending about a turn getting out. So then the next turn that you have, you cast Prismatic Wall, flush against the Hologram Cage. So then they finish breaking out through the Hologram Cage, but the wall, it still blocks line of effect. They just broke the force that makes the wall physical. So then they say, okay, we broke the force wall. Now we're gonna walk through the visual wall, and oops, that's a prismatic wall. Welcome to the plane of fire. Or you could do the same thing with like a wall of fire, but prismatic wall is funnier because it's so over the top. You walk through the hologram cage, make 7 saving throws. Sorry, 8. Who said battlefield control's dead in 2E? Okay. Unbound Step. This one's all about teleportation and the idea that if you can manipulate reality with your mind and you think you're 5 feet to the right, that means you're 5 feet to the right. So Thoughtful Gift. Thoughtful Gift is funny. It's just you hand an item to an enemy and they're forced to take it. Enlarge, that's good. Rally Point, that's new. Dimension Door, that's very good, especially if you can heighten it up 1 level. Strange Geometry, that's new. Collective Transportation. Teleport all of your allies within 30 feet. Momentary Recovery, new. Maze, fantastic spell. Just no save. No, please get out of here and don't come back for a bit. And then Bilocation. Again, that's new. Then you get Phase Bolt, which is actually a new spell. That's a new cantrip. It's not... That is a new occult cantrip that is not restricted to Unbound Step. But this does get it, so I'm going to be jumping to look at that. And then Warp Step. Oh, the amped Phase Bolt is here, and the amped Warp Step is here. But to actually see what those spells do, I'm gonna have to go to page 106 and 107. Then you get Distortion Lens, Ghostly Shift, and Tesseract Tunnel. Let's jump to the back of the. Let's look at this. Why don't we? So nope. Where is this actually? Oh. Where on earth is this? So 103, 107. I clicked on there's a table of contents for the PDF, and I just clicked on the spell list category, which was just a list of all of the spells that exist, which is not what I was looking for. So you know what, while we're here, let's look at Etheric Shards, because this is such a fun spell. To reach out and sow a glittering So glittering splinters of force throughout the area, otherworldly caltrops of will and ectoplasm. The area is difficult terrain, even to flying or incorporeal creatures. Anyone that moves to the air takes 1d4 points of damage per square traversed. The basic reflex save at the end of every move action they take. Oh, it's not as crazy as it was in 1e, but it's still really cool. In 1e, it did bleed damage, 1 point of bleed damage per square you moved, including to ghosts and literally anything. It didn't matter if they were immune to bleed damage because you just ripped space. Still cool. So we are looking for Phase Bolt. 2 actions, 30-foot range, 1 target. Bolt of magical energy that stutters in and out of phase until it reaches the target. Spell attack roll against the target's AC. If the target has a circumstance bonus to AC from a shield or cover, reduce that bonus by 2. On success, they take 1d4 points of piercing damage. So it is produce flame that doesn't do persistent damage on a crit. Instead, it reduces bonuses to AC. Yeah. In-text hyperlinking would be nice. It would be very nice. But, like, in general, it's not that bad. Like, I can jump directly back to the unbound step, no problem, from the table of contents. But it'd be nice to be able to, like, oh, let's check out Rally Point, because we saw that spell earlier. Mark the area touched as a rally point. During the spell's duration, you can take a single action, which is a contrary action, to teleport to the rally point, along with all the items that you're holding. So yeah, that's a cool spell to teleport back to a particular point. But it'd be nice that I could see that whenever I was actually looking at the unbound step. I don't have the core rulebook PDF, but I could imagine it'd be the worst. Because, good lord, that's a chunky book. Oh, but warp step. Okay, so when you walk, the earth warps underneath your feet, your steps extend, distance contracts, and everything about you is just a little bit closer. So it's a bonus to your speed until the end of your turn, and then you stride twice for 2 actions. You can use warp step to burrow, climb, fly, or swim instead of stride if you have. So basically, you move faster. So if you ever have to double move to get somewhere, you instead use warp step and you go a little bit further. Pretty simple, but let's see what the unbound step does to it. Phase Bolt on a success reduces the circumstance bonus by 1. So basically, you hit someone's shield with Phase Bolt, and you also make the shield less effective. Which against a buckler just makes it completely useless. If you amp it, it leaves phase entirely, becoming invisible and intangible until it's already embedded in the target, giving the impression you just teleported something into their body. They're flat-footed against the attack. Additionally, the bolt ignores an amount of hardness or resistance, but to piercing damage equal to half the spell's level on a crit. They also can't be affected by teleportation effects. Oh boy. That's pretty tasty for a rogue to pick up. Just, they're flat-footed against this attack. Oh yeah, someone is totally going to use warp step to cheese overland travel by saying, I want to sustain, or you can't sustain it because it's a 2-action spell, but say, I'm going to cast warp step every single turn. And then someone else in the party says, well, I'd like my exploration activity to be raising a shield, so we're actually going to move at half speed. But warp step for someone with unbound step grants a 10-foot status bonus speed instead of a plus 5-foot. You can also amp it, so whenever you amp it, you can cast it as a single action for a focus point instead of 2 actions. And once you amp it up to 4th level, you twist space so completely you don't actually need to travel. the interposing distance. You just are somewhere instead of having to walk there. You can just teleport to a space within your line of sight and line of effect with a range equal to double your speed after applying the speed bonus from Warp Step. That's nice. You can just teleport across... You can teleport up a cliff by spinning a focus point. Or... oh no. Like, I don't know. We know that this door is trapped, so let me peer through the keyhole, which totally works in real life, guys. That's definitely not just a video game thing. So I can look through the door and then teleport to the other side, because I just have to see it. Yeah, that's cool. So distortion lens. 1 5-foot square, sustained for up to a minute. Create a magical lens that distorts space as best suits you. Create the lens in a space within range, even suspended in midair. If one of your allies' ranged attacks passes through the lens, the attack gains an additional 10 feet of range. But if an enemy attack would go through the lens, it requires an additional 10 feet of range to pass through. Although they would know that before firing. An ally whose space overlaps the lens can increase the range of its ranged attacks, but enemy whose space overlaps with the lens doesn't reduce the range. So you can't put this on an enemy to make it to make them less effective. You can put it on an ally to increase their effectiveness. The first time that you sustain the spell, you can choose to relocate it to another square within range. It disappears if you cast it again. Every 3 levels that it gets heightened, you increase the distance, the range of its abilities by additional 5 feet. This is really weird. So you're basically making a warp in space, so coming from one direction they travel less distance, but from the other direction they have to travel more distance. Unbound Step is very okay, so the Silent Whisper is very like mind manipulation. You have Shatter Mind, but I feel like the most confusing one is Unbound Step because it deals with space manipulation, which is always going to be funky. We'll get to the time manipulation later. But the amp, it can interfere with creatures. Once during a medium or small ally's move action, they can move into and out of the lens's square without that square counting against the total distance moved. Conversely, it's difficult terrain. So you can basically give your allies an additional 5 feet of movement so long as they move through the square. This is the most I've seen yet. Like, by far. It's not close. This is silly, and I love it. Like, this is the kind of spell that you forget that you have until the incredibly situational, like, moment comes up, and you have a, like, Jimmy Neutron brain blast where you remember that it exists. Anyway, Ghostly Shift. Also, it's one action on Distortion Lens, which makes it a lot more easy to use. But Ghostly Shift, sustained for up to a minute, your body becomes insubstantial as you partially phase out. You gain resistance 2 to all damage. Okay, and every 2 levels that it gets heightened, it's... Resistance 2 to all damage is nothing to scoff at. That's really nice. But if you amp it, your insubstantiality is so complete that you can pass through other creatures, causing painful interference effects whenever you do. Once each round, whenever you stride, burrow, swim, or fly, you can pass through one creature's space during the action without needing to tumble through. They take 2d6 points of force damage with a basic fort save, and as it gets heightened, that damage increases. So you can just walk through people. That is... Okay, so almost all of the time, you don't want to amp this. Or rather, most of the time, I doubt that a psychic is going to have a need to amp this, because psychics generally don't want to be near people. But this is really good if you're trapped and you need to just get the hell out of Dodge. Like, oh no, someone's standing in in the doorway that we need to get through. We're trying to run away. Everyone else used acrobatics and they tumbled through because everyone else is either a martial or just has a good dex, and you don't have a good dex. You just cast Ghostly Shift and you walk through them. So Tesseract Tunnel. This one, just from the name, has got to be confusing. 2 actions sustained. All of the psych cantrips are sustained. That's unusual. But you race from point to point, tearing a tunnel in space. You create a portal in your current space, and then stride, creating another portal in the space that you end your stride. Till the beginning of your next turn, any creature that enters the first portal can immediately transport itself to the exit portal as part of its move action, which adds a teleportation to its movement. You can only have one in existence at a time. Creating another one causes the first one to... Okay. So you can help people, like, skip over a gap. But you do have to have, like, if you want to use a Tesseract Tunnel to go up a cliff, you have to have a climb speed or a climb. Basically, this is mainly useful over flat land, unless you have a flight speed, which is entirely possible by level 10. But if you amp it, physical movement is no longer necessary. You simply just create a tunnel that ends in a square within range equal to your speed, and then you just immediately teleport to the far end of the tunnel. Furthermore, it can be traversed in both directions, and finally it changes to 1 minute without having to be sustained. So where Warp Step that is amped can help you, when it's amped to 4th level, you can use it to climb up cliffs by teleporting up the cliff. Tesseract Tunnel allows you to teleport up the cliff so long as it's within your speed, and then bring the rest of the party up too. I don't know necessarily how useful this is going to be in combat unamped, because it means that you also have to go in there first, but it could be useful. Now that we're done with the subconscious minds, let's actually look over the class features. I'm going to be ignoring anything that is just like a proficiency change, outside of like pointing out the fact that I know that they get legendary will saves. I'm just looking for like specific actions, because I'm running low on time. And throat health. So at level 5, increase the number of focus. So at level 5, you have 3 focus points, but you can still only have 2 at a single time. Or sorry, you can only recover 2 at once. So you could use 3 focus points in one combat, but then for the rest of the day, you're locked to 2. I was looking for Mind Shift because I saw a mention of that earlier, but seems like it is somewhere else. So yeah, honestly, super basic, super basic class abilities. So now we can move on to psychic feats. Oh boy. 1 hour 30 minutes in, let's go. So let's start with level 1, Ancestral Mind. I've already heard about this one. It allows for you to use innate spells that you get from your ancestry, but they count as psychic ones, so you don't use verbal components, and you can switch around the spellcasting ability modifier to be intelligence if you use intelligence for your own psychic spells. Pretty good. It allows you to just cast ancestry spells much more subtly than normal. Counter thought. Someone tries to cast a spell with a mental trait, and you have an unexpended spell slot that you could cast a spell with a mental trait, which is pretty likely you're a psychic. So when they cast a spell that's mental trait and you can see it, you expend 1 spell slot to counter their spell with the mental trait. You use the spell slot as if you had cast the triggering spell. This spell slot must be one that you could cast. So basically, it's a counter spell, but it works for anything that has the mental trait. Currently, there is no way for you to pay. I've considered setting up a Patreon, but I am planning on waiting until generally because I like even numbers. I was planning on setting up a Patreon whenever I hit 1,000 subscribers, because that's also when I will actually just start passively making money, because monetization will be enabled on the channel. But I'm planning on making a Patreon then. But thank you for asking. I can't believe that people would actually want to pay money for this, but it is very it's very nice to hear. But it will come with time. I just want to be a bit more confident in what I'm making. Mental buffer. Oh, you just get resistance to mental damage. That makes complete sense. And also when your Psyche is unleashed, it increases to your full level. Telepathic sensitivity. After you cast a spell with a mental trait, you get a +1 circumstance bonus on deception. So your mind is better at figuring out how people work after you cast a spell with a mental trait. Although generally you aren't going to be using a whole lot of diplomacy and sense motive in the middle of combat. But a bonus on intimidation checks to demoralize people. Now that's good. Cantrip expansion. Every caster has that. Mental balm is an amp feat. You can use this amp instead of a normal amp on any spell, but it has to target you or one or more of your allies and doesn't affect any enemies. You get a +2 status bonus against a motion effect for 1 minute. You can also have this attempt to counteract one opposing the frightened condition on yourself or a chosen ally, or an effect imposing the stupefied condition. Okay, yeah, that's all right. If you're running into a lot of stupefied, then that's really good. Frightened is going to show up literally everywhere. It's one of the most common conditions in all of 2E. It's okay. I mean, yeah, just you have focus points to spare. So mental balm I could totally see being useful. Psyburst is a Psyche spell, so you can only use it when your Psyche is unleashed. Once per round, you direct a violent psychic. Yeah. The target enemy within 30 feet, they take 1d4 bludgeoning damage, the basic reflex save, and it heightens like a normal cantrip, so their level it increases by 1d4, and every 2 levels thereafter, it increases again. That's good. It's just nice to just third action, bam, take damage. Warp space is another amp. You can replace this amp, and the cantrip must have a range. So choose a square within 30 feet from which you have line of effect to and line of sight. Determine your spell's line of effect and line of sight starting from there, as well as whether creatures have cover against the spell from there. So you can shoot around corners, or if you don't want to move somewhere, or if you don't have the actions to move somewhere to set up that perfect line or cone, I mean, you believe you're over there, so of course the magic starts from there. Yeah, well, the way that YouTube works is the more people watch you, the more it recommends you. So, like, once someone has over, like, say 1,000 subscribers, it's gonna recommend me to more people. YouTube is very much a the rich get richer sort of environment. It's just how it works. I'm honestly kind of lucky in that it's probably only gonna take me like a bit over a year to start making money from it, when a lot of people don't make money for like 3 years. It's honestly, my channel is growing really well for one of my subs, so I'm not upset about it. Regardless, level 4, because we're going to be here all day if I just start talking about YouTube. Astral Tether. Just one action. It's not a psyche action. Choose a willing target within 60 feet and you connect to them. Whenever you would gain a benefit from a psychic amp, you can instead have it target them instead. Have the amp target them instead. It can't be sever, but it physically breaks if there's ever more than 60 feet. I'm trying to remember, is there... what amp benefit would be good for people to have? I guess they could be 60 feet away and you could give them pleasant thoughts. You could cast thermal stasis on yourself and then amp it and then give it to someone who's 60 feet away. But no, thermal stasis has a range of 60 feet. I'm just trying to remember, like, when would that be good? I can understand how that could be good, but I'm trying to remember a situation where it would actually be useful. Oh, actually one that I think would be really nice is Detect Magic. So you can give an ally bonuses on saving throws. But regardless, like, I've heard a lot of amp effects today. I'm not gonna remember them all. I'm certain that that can be useful with certain abilities, but I'm just not gonna remember them. So, speaking of amp effects, Homing Beacon. You plant a beacon on a target's mind that announces its presence to those nearby. It has to have one that is a spell attack roll or have a saving throw. Choose a creature hit by the spell or that fails its save. Beacon emits from the creature's location, make it easier to notice the creature. For 1 minute, if it would be invisible, it's instead concealed. If it would be concealed, it's no longer concealed. I'm not going to turn down any way to deal with invisible creatures. Especially because you can get some decent AoEs from your cantrips. So if you know, oh, someone's in this square, okay, I'm going to cast, I'm forgetting their names already, Shatter Mind. Shatter Mind is a 15-foot cone, and then I'm going to amp it with Homing Beacon so everybody knows where they are now. Yeah, that's pretty good. It means you don't have to have like Fairy Fire or Glare Dust available. And then Psy Strikes. Once per turn, when your most recent action was to cast a spell or to unleash your Psyche, into a weapon you're wielding or your unarmed attacks. And then whenever you attack, you deal 1d6 additional force damage until the end of your current turn. Oh, there's gotta be a weird build for a psychic getting into melee. But more of what I'm wondering is, from the psychic archetype, can you get access to Psyche Unleash, or to Unleash Psyche, so you can use Unleash Psyche on a Magus? Because I feel like a Magus would love Psy Strikes. Or even like a Flurry Ranger would love an additional 1d6 force damage on every attack. Correction, every single martial character would love 1d6 additional force damage on every attack. But I'm just thinking that it seems like the Magus would love the Psychic archetype. Thoughtform Summoning. Whenever you summon a creature, you can choose to instead create a Psychic construct of them. It grants resistance to physical damage equal to half its level, and weakness 5 to force and mental damage, and the ability to tumble through. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know enough about summoning to know whether or not this is good. I know that summoning is a bit problematic, so presumably giving them resistance would be better, but that's not gonna change their damage output. Violent Unleash. So whenever you unleash... Oh, here's Mind Shift. Oh, Mind Shift is a trait. I've seen this be mentioned before, so I want to make sure I understand it. Mind Shift. An action with this trait can be used with the raw power of your mind. When you take this action, you can choose to replace any damage dealt with mental damage, give it the mental trait, and replace any saving throw with a will save. Okay. Don't mind me trying to look around to see if I missed any of it. So far, haven't seen any Mind Shift. Abilities. Would have to be a damaging effect. Yes, Psyburst is Mind Shift, so you could make that bludgeoning damage into bludgeoning damage with a reflex save into mental damage with a will save if you're fighting someone who has a good reflex. And Psy Strikes, you could turn it into 1d6 mental damage instead of 1d6 force damage. Okay, now I'm understanding the class a little bit more. So Violent Unleash, you can do 1d6 force damage to all creatures in a 20-foot emanation with a basic reflex save. Of course, you can change that to mental damage and a will save. But you're stunned 1. And it increases in damage. Okay, so it's just if there aren't allies around, or if you don't care about hurting your allies, you can explode. I'm all down for exploding, as you'll see whenever I start talking about deviant abilities. So Inertial Barrier, level 6. It's an amp. You were one of the targets of the spell against resistance to physical damage. Equals to 2+ the spell's level until the start of your next turn. That's really nice. If you can correctly, like, determine that someone's about to take a bunch of damage from various sources, and that's a lot of resistance. Considering it's just all physical. And it's for the cost of a single focus point. Parallel Breakthrough, you gain a first level Psy cantrip from a conscious mind other than your own. It can be one of the unique. Okay, so you just gain access to a first level Psy cantrip. You also gain the special benefit generated from that conscious mind, which so you don't gain access to the amp, but if it's a common cantrip, then you get the special buff. So it's a stronger mage hand. You don't just get normal ass mage hand, but you cannot heighten it. Or not, no, you can heighten it, but you cannot amp it. That's good. I mean, like, you can grab Warp Step, so you can start moving around a bit faster. You can grab Phase Bolt or Detect Magic to get the better version of Detect Magic. Sixth Sense. Your psychic abilities also allow you to detect the lingering thoughts of spirits and other entities. When you're exploring without searching, your GM rolls a secret check to find haunts that would normally require searching, as well as spirits, creatures on the ethereal plane, or just things that are made out of spiritual essence, like, oh, like celestials, fiends, and monitors. Oh, that's a lot better. You also just detect outsiders. You can also potentially notice ethereal creatures and spirits inside of solid objects. You can still notice creatures only on a successful check, and you don't see them if they're more than 5 feet inside of an object. I mean, this is still useful. This might just be the type of campaigns that I normally am in, but I've been in multiple situations where a ghost is hidden inside of a wall and there's been nothing that we can do. So knowing where they are is really helpful. And it's only hidden. Oh, that's nice. Steady spellcasting is a really bad feat. But it's better than nothing, I guess. Strain Mind. Once per hour, when you have 0 focus points and you cast a Psy cantrip, you can add an amp that costs a single focus point to the spell. Instead of paying the normal focus point cost, you lose hit points equal to 4 times the spell level. I mean, for a class that's based around using focus points a lot, having the ability to push yourself and obviously bleed from your nose, that's nice. Not gonna turn it down. I mean, it's risky. 4 times spell level is a lot for a 6 hit point per level class, but again, won't turn it down. At level 6, you'd have what, like 36 plus 4 or 36 plus 6 times Constitution health. If you use this on a 3rd level spell, that's what, 12 damage. You can take that. You'll be fine. And it means you can use more. You can use more amps per day, which honestly, that's really good so long as you aren't taking a lot of damage from other sources. Brain Drain. 2 actions. This is a Psyche action, meaning that you would not be casting a spell while you're unleashing your Psyche for this turn, unless it's a single action spell. But there aren't many single action damaging spells to get the bonus from Unleash Psyche. You siphon off a creature's mental energy to replenish your own. Oh, this is good. It has to be a non-mindless creature. If they get a success on their saving throw, they're unaffected. Failure, they're stupefied 1 for 1 minute, and you regain a focus point up to your normal max. You can't use Brain Drain again until the next time you make daily preparations. Still, it's only once per day, but it gets you an additional focus point. And applies Stupefied. And they're not immune to it if they get a success. So you can just Brain Drain a couple of times on a wizard that you're fighting, and hope that they critically fail so they're stupefied too. Oh, that's sick. And moving on to the realm of anime, Dark Persona's presence is an aura. When you unleash your psyche, all your rage and pain, the portion of your psyche dedicated to cruel retribution, comes along with it. The force of your Dark Persona's negativity batters constantly against all creatures in a 30-foot emanation, and for so long as your psyche is unleashed, the creature must attempt a will save against their spell DC the first time it enters, or if it's in the emanation when you take this action. It doesn't need to attempt a save again, even if it leaves and comes back. A creature frightened by Dark Persona's presence can't decrease its frightened condition below 1 while within the emanation. So you can just demoralize everyone within 30 feet, including your allies. Okay. Fair enough. It's really cool. Just be careful with your allies, because you're also going to be affecting them. Also, while your psyche is unleashed, your Dark Persona cares only for destruction. You can cast a spell only if it directly damages a creature or object, or can impose a detrimental condition or penalty on one. So, no support caster, only debuff caster or murder caster. That works. So, Mental Static is a reaction whenever you roll a crit success on a saving throw against a mental effect. You deal mental damage each level to the triggering creature. If you desire, you can also send the creature a single mental image to coincide with the damage, such as a watchful eye of dread of floating it in an infinite sea. So you could do a watchful eye or the dread of floating in an infinite sea, or you could do what I almost assure you 99% of psychics will do, which is just flipping the bird. Like, I guarantee you that's what 90% of people are gonna say that Mental Static does. Like, oh no, you're gonna cast an enchantment spell on you? And an enchantment spell on me? Fuck you too, man. And yeah, Dark Persona's presence should come with a hair color change, or like a palette swap. That's all I'm gonna say. So remove presence, amp. Okay. It has to be one that has one or more targets and must require a spell attack roll or have a saving throw. Choose one target or one creature in the area. If that enemy fails its save, or if the target hits it. Oh, no, that's where you're wrong. This entire book is so cringy, like stereotypical anime pro tag. The entire book. It's amazing. Well, no. It depends on perspective and what you want to go with it. You can totally make the psychic non-cringy anime, but you can also go all in and make it super cringy anime. It's great. So if it fails to save a throw or was hit by it, you become undetected by that creature for 1 minute or until you use a hostile action. See invisibility doesn't reveal you. You're affecting their mind, not their vision. True seeing can see through it. Okay, so you can hit someone with a spell, become undetected to them, and then run around and buff your enemy or buff your allies. This is really funny. Oh, we're getting to the point where all of this stuff is really stupid and it's really good. Okay. Thought sense. You can detect flickers of mental activity set off by thinking creatures. You gain thought sense as a vague sense that only has a range of 30 feet. Like all vague senses, it is only about precise as the average human sense of smell. Meaning you can only predict if a creature who thinks is present. It only detects thinking creatures, so a creature that is unthinking or otherwise immune to mental effects, like a lot of constructs and oozes, can't be perceived, regardless of how precise it is. And while it's unleashed, it upgrades to an imprecise. Okay, so the problem with Thought Sense is that if any of your ally within, if any of the party is within 30 feet, you will detect thoughts, making this not nearly as good. But I would say that it is fair for the player to ask for there to be a degree of intensity, because it's like a sense of smell. There's a big difference between, oh yeah, all of like my friends smell a little bit. So, but there's a big difference. Like, here's a better example. If you're in a car with a couple of people, they're obviously going to smell some, and you probably just don't notice it all that much. But when you drive by a dead skunk, you're gonna smell that stuff so much. So I feel that you should be able to notice something new is within 30 feet that thinks, but I don't think you should be able to tell where. It's just, there's a bit more thought going on now. The volume got higher, but you're incapable of noticing where. And yeah, roof presence, yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't have incapacitation. Actually, we haven't run into a single incapacitation ability yet, which is weird. I like it, but it's weird. Whispering Steps. The amp cantrip must take 2 or more actions to cast, target 1 or more creatures, or either require a spell attack roll or have a saving throw. So that restricts it a bit. Amp, choose 1 creature who is the target of a spell. If that creature fails its save or the spell hits, you whisper into the creature's mind, forcing it to step in a direction of your choosing. This is forced movement. You can't force them to go into hazardous terrain, off a ledge, or the like. After it steps, they're immune. So, if someone takes a step out of a flank, you say no, and make them step back into the flank. That's gonna be the main use. Or maybe stepping back next to one of your other friends so they can actually continue to attack them. Okay, once we are done going over the feats, which shouldn't take all that long because there are less feats per level the higher level you get, I'm gonna have to take a quick break because I have drunk a lot of water since the stream started. So, and I need to grab some food. So it'll be like a 5-minute break. But just letting you guys know now. So Dream Guys, you have to be with the Wandering Reverie subconscious mind. Oh, I've seen this one. This is the stupidest feat. Oh my god, I love it. 1 action, while your psyche is unleashed, you stride into a willing ally space, at which point both of your appearances shift into a shared third appearance, usually one that looks like a mix of the 2 of you. Then, either you or your ally steps. You each maintain the merged appearance. Creatures who are observing this know what happened, but still have to seek or otherwise engage with the illusion to attempt to disbelieve, determine which one of you is real. Otherwise, it's a DC 11 flat check to see which one of you that they target. And it's gone the instant that any of you act. So it's like, I like to imagine that you just chop off like torsos. So it's like you move into your friend's square and all of a sudden you have their lower body and they have your upper body. Or you do some really cursed like Pokemon combinations, like if you know what I'm talking about, where it's like just some really weird stuff going on. Regardless, emotional surge, I've heard about this. This is amazing. One action while your psyche is increased, you get a +2 status bonus to attack rolls and skill checks until the start of your next turn. So cast this before casting an attack roll spell and you get a +2 bonus over pretty much every other spellcaster on your, so you're gonna just be more accurate. That's really, really good. Impose order. Until the end of your turn, instead of rolling dice for damage, you average them and then you round up. Pretty good. Not gonna turn down consistency. Scour the library. You see an enemy's attack, you quickly consult the number, a bunch of lore in your mind, and make a perfect plan. You can recall knowledge using an appropriate skill about one creature within 60 feet. On a success, you get a bonus to your next attack roll against that creature. On a crit success, you get a +2. Yeah, emotional surge is very good. And again, Magus with a psychic archetype, although you would have to be a level 20 Magus to get this, assuming that it works the same as other multi-class archetypes. And I mean, this is pretty good. It's recalling knowledge and also getting a bonus on your attack rolls. Also, it is also really telling if you it'll let you know if you critically failed because you won't get the bonus to attack. Signature spell expansion. It's signature spell expansion. You get more signature spells. Who doesn't love more signature spells? Soothe is an amazing signature spell, by the way, because you can counteract any mental effect on your allies. Just gonna point that one out there. It's a very, very good signature spell. Foreseen failure, divination once per day. Oh, it's a fortune effect. A spell that you cast has no effect because you critically failed all of your spell attack rolls, or because all the targets critically succeeded. It was all a precognition, so now you need to try a different spell. The spell is not expended, but you can cast a spell that requires the same amount of actions. So it's just, oh no, that didn't work? Well, that was actually all in my head, imagining what would happen if I cast this spell. So instead of casting Fireball and like the enemy is rolling 2 different natural 20s on their reflex saves, instead I'm gonna cast an enchantment spell on one of them. That's really dumb and I love that. Again, that's very anime. So no, I'm not saying that nearly enough energy, but no. So when a non-minion ally reaches 0 hit points, if your psyche is currently unleashed, you can immediately use a psyche action that takes 1 action to use. So you could heal them with that. If your emotional acceptance. If your psyche is not unleashed, then you unleash your psyche. Although it only lasts for... yeah, so you just unleash your psyche as a reaction if someone goes down. Yeah, no is great, but you also have to like practice your like Darth Vader no. Because I feel like that's the only acceptable way to say it, but unfortunately, I'm not a loud person. And I don't want to bother my roommates. So and then Psychotastrophe, you stop holding your power back. Oh my god. So you go all out just this once. All creatures in a 20-foot emanation take 1d6 points of bludgeoning damage per level with a basic reflex save, and then it subsides. That's very anime. And I know that, okay, I know that I said that I would wait until I was done with all of the feats, but I can't. I really have to go to the bathroom. So I will be back in like 5 minutes. So stick around. I'll be back. I'll finish going over the psychic. I will go over the thaumaturge, and then we'll see how much time I have left to go over the remaining archetypes and abilities. If I am not able to go over everything today, then I am going to be streaming again tomorrow to try and finish it. But I will be back in just a little bit. So And I'm back. And am substantially more comfortable now. Okay. So I guess yeah. Guess we can get back into it. So on level 14, conscious spell specialization gives you 4 additional spell slots, but that can only be cast on the spells granted to you by your conscious mind. And at 18th level, you get an additional 5th level spell slot. So that's pretty good. 5 more spells per day is pretty good, although some aren't just going to be that good. Like Oscillating Wave, their first, they almost exclusively get access to class spells, and by level 14, a 3rd level fireball isn't going to be all that useful. Deep Roots is a kind of scary spell. It whenever you cast a spell that imposes the control condition, you choose one creature that critically fails their saving throw. Whenever they finish doing whatever you command them to do, whenever it's dispelled or counteracted, they take 1d6 points of mental damage per level of the spell. I wish, personally, that they took 1d6 points of mental damage per level of the creature. Because 1d6 points per level of the spell is not very much. And they have to critically fail anyway, so it should be really bad. That's still a pretty good way of finishing off people, though. Shatter Space. Another amp. The cantrip must be one that takes 2 or more actions to cast. You or one target of the spells are surrounded by a spiral of torn space. This is an aura. You choose the radius of the emanation up to 20 feet. Hello again, Zay. So this is an aura, and you choose the radius of the emanation up to 20 feet. A creature that starts its duration on the turn takes 1d6 points of slashing damage for every level of the amp psi cantrip. The basic reflex save. And they fall prone if they crit fail. Until the beginning of your next turn. So you can shoot someone with a phase bolt and then shatter space around them, hurting all of their allies. That's really nice. Just being able to do that for a focus point. It's a bit more situational to apply to yourself, because, again, this will affect all of your allies that are within the radius. So you really want to make sure that either your allies are okay with you shattering space that they are in, or just they aren't there. Or that they have enough health that they won't be killed by you. Okay, so constant levitation. You're affected by a constant fly spell. And when your psyche is unleashed, you get a plus 10 foot status bonus to your fly speed. Holy shit. Constant fly at level 16. Yes, please. That's really nice. I thought that was gonna be you are constantly floating above the ground, not you have a constant fly spell. That's... God, that's good. Target of Psychic Ire. Other amp. Target is a creature and has 2 or more actions. Yeah, like most constant... Well, I guess a couple of ancestors can get a constant fly speed at level 17, so it isn't too insane, but it's still very good. Oh yeah, but choose a target of the spell. Psychic phenomena turn the target on themselves. Typically, objects fling themselves at the creature. At the beginning of each of the creature's turns, it takes 1d4 points of bludgeoning damage for each spell level of the spell. The basic reflex save, it's marked. So for 3 rounds, they take 1d4 damage per level of the spell with a basic reflex save. Not that bad. Not a huge amount of damage, but it's a great way of really, really frustrating whoever you're fighting. Just make sure that you get some distance, so that whoever you do this to is not going to immediately go over and beat your ass. So Wandering Thoughts is a psyche action, free action once around whenever you cast a spell. You travel through a fold in space and you teleport 15 feet into a square that you can see. I mean, yeah, who doesn't love teleportation effects as a free action? They're better than a step, I'll tell you that. It doesn't have the move action, so who cares about, oh, that's a good point. If you get counteracted by something, I would argue, because I'm not certain on what would happen if you had that constant fly spell counteracted. What I would argue is that your fly spell would be disabled for 1d4 rounds, but that is taking a roll from 1e, or that you can just spend 2 actions to enable a new constant fly spell. I'm not certain on the exact rules on that, but that's how I would run it in a game that I was GMing, is that you can disable it, but then it either comes back automatically after a short period of time, but enough that the Dispel Magic actually impacts the game, or that it can just be re-upped because they can just spend 2 actions to cast Fly on themselves. But I have no idea what is the actual rules as written way of doing that. If anyone knows, then please, let me know. I just don't know. I don't play spellcasters enough to really fully understand what happens whenever you stop spells. Especially constant spells. But level 18, you're all in your head. You're about to attempt a fort save or a reflex save. So flames scour your body, venom courses through your veins, and you refuse to believe that they exist and that nothing can affect you if you don't believe in it. You attempt a fortitude save instead of a reflex, or a will save instead of a reflex or fortitude. You don't gain the benefits of Fortress of Will or Walls of Will on this save. I need to double check exactly what those are. Let me go to... Oh, that's a mistake. Class features. What I'm wondering is, because I believe that those are the 2 class features that improve your will save. So, yeah, Walls of Will increases your... Okay. I believe I have deciphered this. So, if I'm correct, all in your head is very, very funny, but what it means by you don't gain the benefits of Fortress or Will or Walls of Will is not that you go back to being an expert in will saves for the saving throw, but you don't turn a success into a critical success and a critical failure into a failure, which is still probably better for you than making a fort save or a will save, especially if you have a good wisdom. Cranial detonation, I've seen this one. This is a very, very funny feat that I wish was buffed. It is mind shift, so whenever you see any damage type, you can change that to mental. Or any saving throw, you can change that into a will save instead of a reflex save. But as a free action, whenever you have your Psyche unleashed, and you reduce a non-mindless enemy to 0 hit points, or more than one, You cause their head to explode due to the sheer amount of psychic power that you're pumping into them, and they explode in a 15-foot emanation. Everyone has to make a basic reflex save against 10d6 bludgeoning damage, or a basic will save against 10d6 mental damage. If this damage reduces a creature to 0 hit points, their head also explodes, potentially causing more detonations. But unfortunately, a creature can only take damage from a single use of cranial detonation. So if you have a boss standing in the middle with like 10 mooks around them, and all of the mooks explode, the boss only takes the 10d6 damage once. Unfortunately. I wish that you had a way to really make a true domino chain reaction. It's still great though. And level 18, this is also, honestly, this is great. Whenever you refocus, you get 3 focus points instead of 2. Finally an upgrade to refocusing, which the first one since level 1. Yeah, that is true. That is very true, actually. I think that a high level psychic is now the most effective army killer out of any character. Well, no, that's not true. Any high level arcane or primal spellcaster can kill armies with a single casting of chain lightning, but a psychic can just make an entire army's head explodes with a just cascading array of exploding heads. And now we get to the really stupid shit. Well, no, I've been saying that for like every level. So, at level 20, you can become a thought. You shed some of your material form, becoming a being of pure thought. You gain 10 physical resistance to all physical damage, but weakness 10 to mental, and weakness 10 to any effect that directly targets the spirit, like Spirit Blast. There aren't that many of those. I don't think you should worry too much. Unless you're notorious enough as a level 20 character that people will specifically prepare to fight you. But you can also change your appearance on a whim as a single action, which is like illusory disguise, but it has an infinite duration, and you literally just change what you look like, because is it an illusion? Or you just think that you look different, and thus you do. And also, once per year, whenever you die, you automatically return to life the next day, so long as a sentient creature on the plane of existence that you're on remembers you. You appear next to the creatures who remembers you the most strongly. How do you kill an idea? The answer is you don't. The one piece of information that I do think that this feat is missing is I think that there should be a 4th bullet point that says that you stop aging. Because you've left behind your physical body, so I think that you shouldn't age anymore. Because, like, what happens if you die of old age? Like, do you return to life, or what happens? The reason why I want to know that is not necessarily because I think that it will actually become relevant in campaigns, but because this is the kind of feat that is amazing for characters who are retiring from a campaign. Like, we finally defeated the, well, I don't know, all-powerful ancient wizard. And then now we have to come up with, like, what does your character do with their life after the adventure? I want to know whether or not they're going to die of old age, because that will drastically change what a character does after an adventure. That's a good idea, that you should become the age that the person remembers you as, but because you can change your appearance on a whim and you could be a charisma based class, I love the idea of like changing your appearance to be young, and then effectively just gaslighting someone that you know really well into thinking that you're actually like 20. And then you die and you come back and you're actually 20 now. It's really dumb, but everything about the psychic is pretty dumb. Yeah, like, also at the level, at 20th level, it's gonna be very, very hard to stop someone. Like, let's say you're trying to fight someone who has become thought. You cannot, well, you just kill them twice in the same year. Never mind. It's a lot less complicated than I thought. And yet Galarian lore is very weird, but there definitely is someone who has had their entire existence erased. Mind over matter, you get an additional 10th level spell slot. Boring, but good. Twin Psyche. When you unleash your Psyche, you can double the duration. That is very good, because you only get Unleash Psyche for 2 rounds, so being able to get it for 4 rounds means you're probably going to have it for every round of combat except for round 1. Unlimited potential once per minute. If your next action is to cast a spell of 5th level or lower that has no duration, you don't. You just don't. So once per minute, as a meta magic feat, you just don't use up a spell slot for a weaker spell, which isn't great in combat, but there are some amazing 5th level or lower utility spells that can get a ton of use. Oh, I need to double check something. Oh no, there is a very cursed idea that I just had. Oh damn, Flesh to Stone is level 6 or above, so it wouldn't work. Because otherwise you could very slowly turn an entire mountain into flesh. Damn. There's gotta be some crazy type of way that you can be able to infinitely cast a 5th level spell that's gotta just be able to just be very good, or alternatively wreak unimaginable harm on the environment, which is distracting me now, because now I'm wanting to figure out like what would be the worst 5th level spell to infinitely cast on a continent. There's gotta, I mean, obviously there are some curses that would be really bad to just hand out like candy on the street. Like Abyssal Plague. Just hand out 9th level diseases, it'll be fine. There's gotta be some that are horrible. I'm just looking mainly for ones that have a permanent duration, but regardless, there's yeah, the Mystery Fleshpit National Park. Just, you wake up one day and then you look out at the hill next door and it's just a mound of flesh, and like, god damn it, the level 20 psychic came by again, but unfortunately it is level 6. Yeah, no, with Become Thought you can do it over a much longer period of time, but that is the psychic, and I'm liking it way more than I thought I would, because I am very much a martial character guy. But if I had to, whenever I end up playing a spellcaster eventually, they're gonna be a psychic. So let's move on to the Thaumaturge. I will say that I have read through all of the Thaumaturge feats already, because I'm planning on playing a Thaumaturge in a campaign that's going to start in like a month. or maybe 2 months. So I already read through all of the feats so I can have an idea of how I'm going to build them. So hopefully this should go a little bit faster. There's also only 9 implements instead of 10 different like conscious minds and subconscious minds that each come with like 4 or 5 different cantrips, so it should go faster. I'm also a lot more familiar with a martial character, like martial characters in classes in general. Okay, so charisma key ability score, which kind of sucks for a martial, but it works with their class features. Hit points 8 plus con. I'm not surprised. It's what rogues and like, it's what the fancy martials have. I would argue that in general, this psychic would be a bit simpler because it's a spontaneous caster, so you don't have to be as familiar with as many spells as if you were like a cleric or a druid where you have to prepare your entire damn spell list. So for a new player, they just have less tools to play with, which is good so long as those tools are good. But also because they always have the fallback option of in combat, they can always fall back to, I'm going to amp a spell. And they always are going to have spell amps that are generally useful. If you are an oscillating wave psychic, then you can always say, oh, I don't know what I want to cast. Okay, I'm gonna amp produce flame and hit someone for like 4d12 fire damage. It's always that fallback option of, oh no, there's so much decision paralysis because I'm playing a spellcaster. Okay, I'm just gonna cast Megadeth. Were they so simple? Yes, I would say simple to play, but there's definitely a lot of complexity in how they to build one, because you first have to choose one of 4 different subconscious minds, then one of 6 different conscious minds, and then you have to be really careful with how you're picking your spells because you're a spontaneous caster. So you want to make sure that the spells you pick are actually going to be generally useful. So I think that psychics are a good option for a new player, so long as they have an experienced player helping them make sure that they don't pick bad spells. Yeah. Oh yeah, proficiencies. So, expert in perception, expert in fortitude and will, trained in reflex. Importantly, look at these look at this skill proficiency. Trained in arcana, nature, occultism, and religion, and then also trained in 3 more skills plus your int mod. And of course, trained in simple martial and unarmed attacks, and light, medium armor, and unarmored defense. Yeah, so if you don't think that you currently have a really good use for a spell, just use a cantrip and maybe amp it. You want to make sure that as psychics, spells are getting really good use. Like, if you can't hit a bunch of people with a fireball as an oscillating wave psychic, then maybe use your focus spell that does fire damage in an area instead. It's not as much damage, but maybe save the fireball for when you're fighting like 10 guys. Oh god. Half a page for one ability. I'm just trying to remember exactly what I should be going over. Okay. So we're going to be going over class feats, or class features, then implements, and then class feats. So generally, I'm not going to be going over proficiencies again. They have standard martial proficiencies where they become an expert at level 5 and a master at, what is that? What level did they become a master? 13? Yeah, they basically the exact same weapon and armor proficiencies as like a swashbuckler and a rogue, except they also have medium armor proficiency. The one thing that I am going to be pointing out, because it's it's significant, is Greater Resolve. They become legendary at will saves at level 13. So a thaumaturge is going to be about as good at will saves as a rogue is at reflex saves, although they aren't wisdom based. So it won't be as good, but their proficiency is. It's huge. There are other classes that do get to legendary will saves, but none of them get it at that low of a level. Okay, so now we need to talk about esoteric lore, because you're trained in esoteric lore, a special lore skill that can be used to recall knowledge on haunts, curses, and literally any creature. But you can't use it to recall knowledge on any other topics. It's only on creature stat blocks. Unlike normal lore skills, you use charisma instead of intelligence, and you also get dubious knowledge for free. Also, like an inventor with crafting, esoteric lore increases to expert at 3rd level, at 7th level it's a master, and at 15th level you're automatically legendary in esoteric lore. Which is sweet, because you have to use esoteric lore to use your main class feature. So get very, very used to esoteric lore. Also, what was I gonna point out? Oh, there are no items that improve esoteric lore. Well, there's one that was introduced in the Grand Bazaar, but it's a level 7 item to give a +1 item bonus, and then a level 11 item, I believe, to give a +2 item bonus. So you're not as likely to actually be able to, basically, when comparing esoteric lore to crafting from an inventor, it's way easier to get items that boost up crafting than it is esoteric lore. So you're a skill focused class that can't really get item bonuses to your skill. Maybe ask your GM to be kind. Or, I mean, if you're using automatic bonus progression, then you can just toss your item bonus onto esoteric lore. And I would recommend it because it's very important for your class to get everything that it wants. Also, you get 1 implement. There's 9 of them. We're going to be going over them in a bit. And you can replace an implement if you lose it within 1 day of downtime. Also, the implements are Amulet, Bell, Chalice, Lantern, Mirror, Regalia, Tome, Wand, or Weapon. They are really more representations of a tool or an archetype of a tool. Like, you can use a weapon as a weapon, and it's more effective because it's a weapon. You hold up a holy symbol and it protects your friends, not because you believe in whatever god the holy symbol is for, but because that's what people do to protect people. So it's the idea that counts. You have 1 implement at level 1. And now the big one. Exploit vulnerability. For 1 action, which this does have the manipulate trait, meaning you do provoke attacks of opportunity. While you're holding your implement, you make an esoteric lore check against the standard DC for the target's level. So if you're fighting a boss that's higher level than you, it's going to have a higher DC than if you use it on someone who's lower level than you. However, this is so much better than the playtest because it's not the recall knowledge DC, so you can actually use this on unique characters. And now we have to cover, you know, the very simple effects of this ability. So, on a critical success, you remember whatever the target's weaknesses are, and you empower your esoterica. So, you learn all of the creature's resistances, weaknesses, immunities, including the amounts of whatever the resistances and weaknesses are, and any unusual weaknesses or vulnerabilities that they might have, like what would get through a golem's anti-magic, or that a vampire is weak to sunlight. You can exploit either of these mortal weaknesses or create a personal antithesis. Your unarmed and weapon attacks against that creature also become magical. If you just get a success against their DC, then recall an important fact about it. Learning their highest weakness or one of their highest weaknesses if they have multiple with the same value, but not the other weaknesses, resistances, or immunities. You can exploit either the mortal weakness or personal antithesis, and they count as your attacks count as magical. If you fail against their DC, you can only exploit the creature's personal antithesis, and your strikes count as magical. If you crit fail, you don't know. You're flat-footed until the beginning of your next turn. Basically, just try not to critically fail. You can still make things work if you get a normal fail. Once you use exploit vulnerabilities, then you can use it in two different ways, which is to exploit a mortal weakness of a character or a personal antithesis. A mortal weakness is if you figure something out, like, oh, I'm fighting werewolves and I remembered that silver is effective against werewolves, therefore I'm going to use silver shavings or something to make my attacks more powerful against werewolves. So you can actually, like, basically, mortal weakness is you find a weakness that is actually on the enemy's stat block, and then your attacks are now going to trigger that weakness. So a red dragon is weak to cold damage, so you take some ice that somehow hasn't melted outside of your bag, you put it on your sword is now cold, therefore it triggers the cold weakness. That's what mortal weakness is. Personal antithesis is creating a custom weakness by just doing something and saying that it should be personally antithetical to whatever you're fighting. The example that they've used a lot is putting a broken chain and then, like, attaching a broken chain to your sword, which then makes you more effective at beating the shit out of a slaver. You could do all kinds of stuff, but basically you create a weakness that is equal to 2 plus half your level. The reason why mortal weakness is better than personal antithesis most of the time is because mortal weakness is probably going to be higher than personal antithesis. So it's generally better to use mortal weakness because it's probably going to be higher than 2 plus half your level. And please, be creative with this. You can do so many stupid ways to create personal antithesis. And then implements empowerment. Whenever you strike, you can trace patterns in the air to empower the strike, making it do 2 additional points of damage. You can only do this if you're holding anything in either... like, basically, you have to have a one-handed weapon and then, like, an implement in your other hand. You can't use this with a two-handed weapon. And you have to be holding at least one implement. But 2 extra damage is nothing to scoff at. It makes dexterity builds do more damage. It makes strength builds do more damage. He doesn't like damage. And I believe that might increase with weapon specialization. Nope, doesn't. You get a second implement at level 5, and at level 7 you choose one of your implements, and you get the adept implement. At level 9 you can intensify the vulnerability, so once per round, when you're benefiting from exploit vulnerability against a creature, you can see whoever you're using it on, and you haven't used intensified vulnerability yet. You use your implement in a way that affects things somehow. It's different for every single implement, and we'll be going over those in just a second. At level 11, you choose whatever implement that you haven't chosen already, and you get its adept benefit. And at level 15, you get a third implement. In level 17, you choose one implement that you've already gotten the adept benefit from, and then you get the paragon benefit from that implement. Again, we'll be getting to those in a second. And the big thing is at level 19, you can use exploit vulnerability or intensified vulnerability as a free action, rather than a single action, which is going to do so much for your action economy. because you're probably going to be using exploit vulnerability until something sticks. So being able to use it as a free action is so good. Oh, actually, I need to double check. Okay, you can only have one exploit vulnerability going at once. So if you're fighting two different types of enemies, you can't. You have to pick one that you're going to use it on. Okay, and now, good on them for fighting off a damn Glabrezu. And looks like a succubus. Good on them. Mios, I think, is their name. I'm forgetting exactly. I'm horrible with names, people. So let's talk about the implements, and start off with the amulet, which is, oh, something I should say is, because I'm going to be using this terminology, is that there are three different, the rule of three, which is just that everything comes in groups of threes, is everywhere on this class, because it's a big part of like folklore and stuff, and that's what this class is all about. So there are three different types of implements with three in each category. Reactive ones, which give you a special reaction, active ones, which you use actions to use, and passive ones, which just give you a passive benefit. The amulet is a there's probably also like offensive, defensive, and like utility implements too, but the amulet is a reactive defensive implement. So whenever you have it, you get the initiative benefit, which is amulets in balance. I'm gonna ruin. There might be some that are tied to the number 7, but there's at least one. I know that there's at least one. We'll get to it, but I'm not certain about the number 7. I know that they chose 3, but they drew attention to number 3, but I don't know if there's number 7. Really, there's significance to every single number, so they might just have to pick one. So amulets ambivalence, you choose the target of your exploit vulnerability would damage you or an ally. So whoever would take damage from that gains resistance to all the damage from the triggering attack equal to 2 plus your level. This is basically the champion reaction, except that you don't get another attack if you're a paladin, or they don't have to make a choice or get debuffed. If you're a liberator, no, not liberator, redeemer, and the ally doesn't get a step. The difference is you can actually use this to protect yourself, unlike a normal champion. Also, keep in mind this has the manipulate trait, meaning that you will get smacked if someone has an AOO. Also, if someone hits you with a flaming sword that does slashing and fire damage, you get the resistance to all the damage. So all the damage types. So you reduce both the slashing and the fire. It's very good. Champion reactions are amazing, and this is maybe slightly worse than a champion reaction, meaning it's still one of the best reactions in the game. Champion reactions are nuts. The added benefit, heyo. The added benefit is whenever you use imbalance, I'm never going to pronounce that right. You choose one type of damage dealt by the triggering attack, and you gain resistance 5 against that damage type until the start of your next turn. And at 15th level, it increases to 10. So it's like, oh, I got hit by slashing on the first attack that this person made, so I'm getting resistance 5 to slashing for the next couple of attacks they're going to make against me. I am going to be going with a weapon thaumaturge, because I have some ideas. Honestly, esoteric antithesis is not hard for me for some reason, but imbalance is for some. I don't know why, but I just really want to, because I'm making a author thaumaturge that has the weapon implement, so I just want to make stupid jokes about how the pin is mightier than the sword, and I'm good with a pin, therefore my sword will cut you better. There's so much stupid stuff that you can do with it, and I'm here for it. Regardless, whenever you use Intensify Vulnerability, which is a single action, you gain a +2 status bonus to AC and saves against the target of your exploited vulnerability. This is really good. I'm actually thinking of taking the Mindsmith archetype, which we might not get to today because it's one of the last archetypes in the entire book, but where I make pins out of my mind and stab people with them. I'm considering it. But that Intensified Vulnerability is so good. +2 status bonus to AC and saves is very good. Yeah, it's only against a single target, but for a boss fight, that's really good, especially if you can get access to heavy armor. And status bonus to ACs are pretty. Status bonus to AC is fairly rare. The Paragon benefit, which you would get at level 17, whenever you use Amulet's Imbalance, you target yourself and all allies within 15 feet, and anyone who would take both the initial. Each target within 15 feet, so each ally resists the triggering damage and gets the lingering resistance, and allies that get the lingering resistance, even if they wouldn't have taken damage from their triggering attack. So if they cast Fireball on the entire party now has temporary resistance 10 to fire. I have so many ideas for thaumaturges. I can make a thaumaturge that starts with any of the implements and I would be happy. Specifically, the bell implement, which is all about annoying people so they mess up. I desperately want to play a thaumaturge that uses a kazoo. Some of my character concepts might be a bit too silly to use in long-term games. So yeah, you can just shield the entire party at the same time from AoE effects, while also giving long-lasting resistance. So speaking of the bell, I hardly know anything about the bell, so let's look at them. Bells, drums, okay, if an adventure comes at me with finger syllables or symbols, I'm already scared for my life. Percussionists scare me. If you were in band, for some reason, the percussionists were always the weird ones. Sorry, the more weird ones. Everyone in band's weird. Okay, so this is another reactive implement. I think it's offensive. No, this would be a debuffing one. So it has every condition under the sun, auditory, emotion, enchantment, magical, manipulate. So again, be careful, you'll get stabbed if you use this next to a fighter. The target of your exploit vulnerability makes a strike or casts a spell that would affect you or one of your allies. Yeah, slide whistle would also work. There's just so many amazing ways that you could flavor your character just being extraordinarily annoying. Oh, with the vestments, now I just want to play like a thaumaturge that has like the vestments or the regalia, so you show up with like extremely flamboyant clothes and the most obnoxious instrument that you can get. This class has, like, I know that this class is meant to be like a John Constantine kind of Dresden style like martial character that's super kind of like serious of learning everything that they can about the world to take down the like take down the supernatural threats that threaten the common man and all that kind of stuff. At least that's what like Mios is. But the Thaumaturge has so much possibility for the most obscene, stupid shit, and I love it. Regardless, the bell. Whenever the target of your exploit vulnerability makes a strike or cast a spell, you ring a bell at them. And they have to be within 30 feet. And holding your bell implement. I believe I missed a... I believe that there's a feat or ability that allows for you to swap what you're holding really easily. So you can like swap between a weapon and a bell really easily. Yeah, we're getting to Brucalia. And the only problem with the opera singer is that your party might expect you to actually know how to opera sing, but you can totally play a kazoo. And if it's extra bad, that's even better. Anyway, so when you ring a bell at someone, it does a different thing depending on what they did to provoke or to trigger it. So if they are trying to cast a spell, you create a musical clash of sonic energy that assails the target and breaks their concentration. They must succeed at a fortitude save against your class DC or become stupefied 1 or stupefied 2 on a crit fail. They don't have to attempt the flat check to avoid the triggering spell, but it does lower the attack roll and spell DC from stupefied. So yeah. Someone casts a fireball at you and you ring a bell really noisily in their direction and you mess them up. Stupefied is an absolute bane for all spellcasters, so this is a very easy way to get a spellcaster to ensure that they are not within 30 feet of you. Disrupting Harmony is whenever someone is using a strike. I was thinking that it kind of reminds me of that meme of a guy blowing a trumpet in someone's ear. But whenever someone makes a strike, you ring a bell that throws them off of their movements. It's a will save against either Enfeebled 1 or Clumsy 1, or Enfeebled 2 and Clumsy 2 if they critic fail. So you can just make them worse at attacking whenever they attack. I don't think that it's broken. Mainly because the Thaumaturge doesn't have access to huge spikes of damage. It's reliant a lot on the enemies that they fight. So, like, let's say that you're going for a strength Thaumaturge. So you're at level 1, you have a 16 strength. And you're using a one-handed weapon because you can't use a two-handed weapon. That's a big thing. You can't use a two-handed weapon, because a lot of your abilities require manipulate actions. You kind of have to take your hand off to use it. But so you're using a one-handed weapon. Let's say you're using a let's just go with a longsword. Super easy. 1d8. So it's a 1d8 weapon. Let's look at your damage output. It would be 1d8 plus 3 at level 1, but implements empowerment. Let's say that it's a weapon implement. So you're doing 1d8 plus 5. If you succeed on a personal antithesis, that's 1d8 plus 7, which is a lot. Mortal weakness is I can't calculate because it's different for every single creature. But yeah, weakness doesn't double on a crit. So, like, basically, I would say that Thaumaturge is almost the opposite of the Magus, in that their damage is super consistent, but they don't have the ridiculous spikes of the Magus. Like, yeah, a Magus with the right dice set can one-shot the boss. Like if they roll well enough on all of their Shocking Grasp or Horizon Thunder Spheres. But the Thaumaturge is just going to be consistent. And the other thing is they're a charisma-based martial class, so their accuracy isn't going to be as good. So I don't think they're overpowered, because like pretty much every martial class has a way to improve their damage, like sneak attack or rage or finishers or spell strike. Just every martial class has that, or they're not focusing on damage, or they're a fighter who their special thing is critical hits and attack of opportunity. But the improvement to a Thaumaturge's damage is 2 from forgetting the name of the class feat, Implement Empowerment, and then either their mortal weakness or 2 plus half level. So it's like at level 20, if it's just Implement Empowerment and Personal Antithesis, you're getting a plus 14 to damage, when a rogue is getting plus 5d6. Or God knows what a barbarian's rage bonus to damage is. Or a flurry ranger is like, has a -2 MAP. No, -1, I think, by that level. Yeah, like, low levels for a Thaumaturge is gonna suck ass, because they need a good con, they need a good charisma, they need a good either strength or dex. They would also probably like a good will. So it's just a situation, like, they have a lot of plates to spin, but if they're able to spin all of their plates, it'll work really well, where you don't have to jump through many hoops to make a good rogue. And also, depending on your implement focus, like, yeah, a weapon implement Thaumaturge is gonna do a lot of damage, but they're just gonna be doing damage. When a Bell Thaumaturge that also has the amulet is gonna be such an annoyance. They're not gonna do as good damage, but they're gonna be really frustrating to fight. Regardless, the added benefit, the conditions last for 3 rounds instead of 1 round. So God help you if you cast a spell once within sight, or attack once within sight. Intensify vulnerability. The bell can reach even so whenever you successfully strike a target with exploit vulnerability. Your bell impairments implement plays a haunting tone and that creature then takes a -2 status penalty on saves, or -3 on a crit. So basically, you make it more likely that your bell is actually going to come into effect and really be good. Yeah, I mean, that's just good. It makes your bell more annoying by making it much, much harder to resist. And at level 17, Paragon, with the master of your bell, you can affect many foes with ease. All conditions increased by 2 or 3 on a crit fail. Increase 2, not by 2. Ring bell can trigger off of the strike or spell of any enemy, not just. Okay, that's really good. Stupefied 2 or Stupefied 3 if they cast a spell, and it'll last a shorter time if they aren't focus of exploit vulnerability. Still very good. You just want as many reactions as you can get with the bell and the amulet. But let's talk about the chalice. The chalice is really any way that you can store a liquid. It could be a traditional cup or a goblet, or a polished gourd, or a hollowed out skull, or a red solo cup. Just something that you can drink out of that is famous for people drinking out of it. A toast to me and my dying throat. I have a session 0 after this. In a completely different system. It's not 2e. But So the initiative benefit, this is an active one, so you actually have to spend actions to get benefits from it, but you drink from your chalice once a round. Again, I think literally everything that the thaumaturge does has a manipulate trait, so anything with an attack of opportunity is not your friend, so you can just join the magus in that club. But whenever you drink from it, you can, or whenever you shove it down an ally's throat, you choose one of two things. Either a sip, which gives temporary hit points equal to 2 plus half your level, that last until the end of your next turn, or they drain the chalice, drinking very deep and healing 3 hit points per level. After it's drained, it slowly collects dregs. It can be sipped from but not drained again, and after 10 minutes it automatically refills itself, meaning you can use this and then refocus at it will yeah, I probably should do that with honey. I've just been trying to drink a lot of water. Lots of water. So you can refocus, and this will refill the chalice at the same time, which is sick. And it also affects people with negative healing. So this also affects your damn fear, buddy. And it is magical, so if you have like a Bones Oracle, then healing them up can be a bit of a pain in the ass, because there's like no way to get easy negative magical healing. And Bones Oracle, you heal half as much from the as a Bones Oracle, you heal half as much from non-magical sources, so it takes forever to heal a Bone Oracle up with medicine. This is a pretty nice way of healing people up, even if it is half as good as Lay on Hands. It's still super consistent healing. It's you can this is, I would say, not a the main way that your party should be healing up outside of combat, but it's a very good supplement. Oh yeah, no, I've heard a lot about honey being good for your throat. I just forget. Like, I had tea earlier and that helped out a lot, but I don't want to drink too much tea because I want to be functional, and good lord, can tea and caffeine fuck me up. Anyway, the adept benefit. Yeah, this is weird. So if you are an ally within 30 feet takes piercing or slashing damage from a foe's critical hit, or take persistent bleed damage, drinking from the chalice before the end of your next turn grants the injured creature a greater restoration. So on a sip, the temporary hit points increase to 2 plus your charisma modifier plus your level, which is way higher than 2 plus half your level. And if you drain it, then you heal from 5 hit points for each level that you have. Now, theoretically, if there was a way that you could deal 1 point of bleed damage, like just literally 1 bleed damage, okay, so hear me out here. This is really dumb and exceptionally unsanitary. But the Caltrops, I believe level 0 adventuring item, whenever someone steps on them, they take 1d4 points of piercing damage and 1 point of persistent bleed damage. So if you stab someone in the foot as like while you're refocusing and all that and healing up outside of combat, you stab someone in the foot, they take 1 point of persistent bleed damage, and then you, I don't know, like put a band-aid on it. Then if you drain the chalice immediately after, you heal 5 additional more points per level. Oh, wait a minute. No, never mind. Draining the chalice is just as good as Lay on Hands for hit point wise. Like, okay, so at level, using the caltrop trick, which is not good, it will drive any actual person who knows how to heal people insane seeing you do it. Yeah, like, what I'm trying to say about the caltrops is I think that it's reasonable to say that you should be able to intentionally cause 1 point of bleed damage with a caltrop, and presumably the 1d4. You should be able to do that intentionally, like stomping on a Lego. No one in their right mind would ever do it. But do it for the team. But at level 7, when you would get the adept benefit, drinking from the chalice heals 21 hit points. Or sorry, draining the chalice heals 21 hit points. With the caltrop, trick, it heals 35 hit points, which is 16 more hit points per 10 minutes, which is dumb as shit, but it's kind of funny. And yeah, it's gonna deal a couple, like, yeah, it'll deal a couple of hit points of damage that the chalice will have to heal, but it's not gonna deal 14 hit points worth of damage from 1d4 damage. That's dumb. Like, I think that to get the most out of the adept benefit, you kind of have to cheese it, because you don't want to plan around getting crit or getting persistent bleed damage. No, Legos are not just esoterica against parents. They are personally antithetical to everybody's feet. Like, I had tons of Legos as a kid, and yeah, they hurt more as an adult because I weigh more, but they still hurt as a kid. Anyway, intensify vulnerability for a chalice. You can collect a creature's life force to become empowered. When you succeed on a strike against the target of your exploded vulnerability, you increase the effect if someone drinks from the chalice before the end of that turn. Add an additional half your level to the temporary HP, so up to 2 plus your level, and add your level to the HP regained whenever they drink from the drain chalice. So again, stupid idea. Very stupid idea. But if you don't have hand wraps of mighty blows and you don't have a good strength score, slapping your friend and then, okay, so you stab whoever you're going to be healing with a caltrop, causing them 1 point of bleed damage, and then you slap them in the face, unarmed strike, for 1d4 points of damage because you have a 10 strength, and then you get them to drain the chalice, which would heal for a total of what would that be, like 42 hit point? No, way more actually. It would be a total of 54 hit points plus 2d4 plus 1 persistent bleed. Or sorry, minus 2d4 plus 1 persistent bleed. But this works out of combat. You just have to look at your friend, who is presumably in extreme amounts of pain because you're healing them, and exploit vulnerability. I wonder what their vulnerability is. That they need medical treatment? So, I think that we're discovering that the chalice is the most bad touch healing that you could find. It's all about causing pain to be most effective. Well, no. You keep the NPC around to get slapped and stabbed with caltrops. There are some people that would accept payment for that. There are followers of Zonkathon who are into that. The Paragon benefit, let's see if it gets worse. Reduce, okay, so whenever whenever you drain the chalice, reduce the reduce the drinker's clumsy, enfeebled, frightened, stupefied, and stunned values by 1. Okay, so it doesn't reduce it if it has a duration. It reduces drain value by 1, but can only reduce it that once per day. I mean, I wouldn't turn down reducing like 5 or 6 different status effects by 1. In addition, it attempts to counteract all poisons, diseases, and curses using okay. I mean, yeah, being able to. It's basically a free remove poison, remove disease, and remove curse once per day per person. And it affects all of them at the same time for 1 action. I won't say no. Also, a bit of self-promotion because I'm feeling like I'm in that kind of mood. Released a video on poisons and diseases today, but stay here. So, the lantern is all about revealing things. Just revealing information, revealing secrets. So, it is any light source, not... Oh, I should... Part of me's tempted, because I do own honey, because you gotta own honey. Like, you buy 1 bottle of honey, and if you forget about it for, like, 10 years, it's perfectly fine. But... Don't feel like getting up. So, while you're holding your lantern, the initiative benefit is that there are no secrets to hide around you. The lantern sheds a bright light up to 20 feet and dim light 20 feet beyond that. It counteracts magical darkness, and it heightens its counteract level. Your allies in the area get a +1 status bonus to visual perception checks to notice anything that is also within the bright light, and a +1 status bonus on recall knowledge checks against things within the bright light, as it just exposes their true nature. And you get a free check against traps, environmental hazards, haunts, and secrets, like secret doors. Is Trap Finder and Hazard Spotter, and a couple of other feats that exist for spotting haunts automatically, just as the initiate benefit, on top of getting bonuses on visual perception checks, which also help for spotting traps and haunts. And okay, that's really good. This is very good. Okay, the adept benefit. In addition to the normal initiate benefits, whenever you hold your lantern, its light reveals the invisible and ethereal. The bright light reaches 30 feet instead of 20 feet, and the dim light is also 30 feet. Whenever you're holding it, invisible and ethereal creatures within the bright light become visible as rippling distortions. Still concealed, but it basically is just see invisibility on everything within 30 feet. Except it's better because it also affects ethereal creatures. And like, it doesn't help you actually hit things that are on the ethereal plane because they're on a different plane of existence still, but you know that they're there at least. You know that they're watching. Intensify vulnerability. You focus light on an individual, and against that individual, the status bonuses from their initiate benefit, which is a bonus on visual perception checks and recall knowledge, increase to +2, and they take a -2 status penalty to deception checks and stealth checks so long as it's within the lantern's light. Creature cannot be concealed while it's in the lantern's light, though it can still potentially become hidden or undetected. Okay, so this is useful in combat. Yeah, in the right situation, this is absurd. But outside of that, it's like, this is like intensify vulnerability. I would allow for people to set this up in roleplay. So then if you're doing an interrogation, you can give them a -2 status penalty to deception. So if you're trying to interrogate someone, then it could be really good. But it's still like not necessarily a combat implement. The Paragon implement reveals all things. Again, it's larger radius, and you get a secret counteract check against illusion and transmutation that comes within the lantern's light, but only for the purposes of determining whether or not you or others can see through it. So you don't dispel a polymorph spell, but you can see their true form. On a failed counteract check, it can't attempt to, can't do it again until midnight. Like, I would say that so far, the lantern is the most swingy implement, where it is either, oh, this isn't all that good, or it's fucking incredible. If you're, for example, in the Abominations Vaults AP, this would be amazing, because I'm not going to spoil anything outside of saying, god damn, did they like secret doors. And also that the haunt mechanic was introduced in the Abomination Vaults. So you would get a lot of benefit out of the lantern and the Abomination Vaults. But in other campaigns, you're not going to see like any secret doors, or you're not going to see many haunts. You're not going to see all that many traps, although hopefully you see some. Traps are fun and terrifying. But in the right situations, that's really good. And any other situation, it just doesn't do anything. You're gonna have to either, maybe the right way to put it is, I think that the lantern is a really good second implement. Like, you pick this one up at level 5. So you use something else actively in combat to help survive or kill things so you can survive, and then you pick this one up at level 5 to help out the party outside of combat. The mirror, this is another one I don't know all that much about. So this one's all about misdirection and lying. Fun. And this is like a pocket mirror or something that you can actually use while adventuring. You're not pulling out like not a duvet. That's entirely different. You're not pulling out like a full-length body mirror for this. So you gain an action. So it's an active one again with a manipulate trait. So you reflect on an illusory image of yourself in another space within 15 feet of you. Your sheet is being in both spaces until the start of your next turn. And you can provide flanking with yourself. You can attack, so you occupy both spaces? Oh, this is sick. Oh yeah, I'm assuming that a lot of this stuff would be amazing inside of the adventures in the book. Like, situational, oh, what are you going to be running into a bunch of mental effects playing as a psychic? All of the many adventures in this book are probably filled with mental effects, because it's called the Dark Archive. But, okay, so you're already taking up 2 spaces within 15 feet. It mimics your actions exactly, but effects you generate come from only one of the 2 positions. For example, if you make a melee strike against a creature within reach of the reflection, you mime the actions of the strike, but only the reflection would actually make the strike. Anything that targets or would affect your reflection affects you and uses your statistics. Something that would target or affect both of you only affects you once. For example, a fireball would only damage you once. Whenever you move, you choose which square to move from, but the mirror effect ends. Some events force you to determine which image is the real one, and then end the effect and cause your mirror self to disappear. This happens automatically at the start of your next turn. It also happens if you This is so weird. Oh god, I hadn't thought about that. Because you get a buffed AOO. Although, weird idea. But, you can use this to climb buildings. I don't know if you get a further range. It doesn't look like you get a further range with any of the other buildings. But you just look up 15 feet onto a ledge. Okay, there's a mirror duplicate of me there. Next action, you choose I am where the reflection is, and I'm going to create I am now there, and I'm going to create a mirror reflection 15 feet somewhere else. So you can use manipulate actions to move 45 feet without actually moving or teleporting. Because there's no limit that you can only use mirror's reflection once around. And yeah, you don't have to use a skill to get flat-footed. You don't have to tumble through. You do provoke an attack of opportunity, but still, that's really nice. Also, cowards. Paizo are complete cowards by not making you roll twice and take the worst. Summoners have to deal with that. I'm happy, but they are cowards. So 7th level, whenever Mirror's Reflection is in effect and it mirrors adjacent to one of your spaces damaged you, that version of you explodes into mirror shards. This ends Mirror's Reflection, establishing the remaining version. You deal slashing damage to all creatures on a 5-foot emanation. The damage is equal to 2 plus half your level, or the damage of the triggering attack, whichever is lower. You are immune to this damage. Okay. That's... yeah, I guess because this is an upgrade. If it gets attacked after your turn is over. If it somehow gets attacked during your turn, or if it gets attacked before it can provide flanking for another ally, then it's bad. Because before you get this adept benefit, the mirror reflection is indestructible until you go unconscious. But generally, yeah, it's pretty good. It's not much damage, but some damage is better than no damage. And you can also always choose, oh no, I'm not gonna take this damage now. You attacked one of me, therefore you attacked the wrong me because I choose which one is us is real. So that's a lot better than I thought it was, because that is a guaranteed miss with some extra little splash damage. Intensify vulnerability. You become concealed to the target of your exploit vulnerability as your mirror warps its perception. And you... okay. I won't turn down concealment. But if you have the adept benefit by this point, why get concealment when you can get guaranteed, all but guaranteed they chose the wrong one from the adept benefit. Although I guess ranged attacks and spells, it would be useful. And okay, Paragon benefit. Use Mirror's Reflection. Oh, okay, that's good. Interact, seek, or strike. Okay, yeah, that's really good. Actually, wait a minute. Whatever. Wait a minute. anything. If this happens automatically at the start of your next turn, it also happens when you move out of your space. Other benefits of this implement add more events. There's nothing stopping you from using Mirror's Reflection more than once a turn. You can use this 3 times in one turn to create 3 different duplicates. And if they're all next to one individual, and then one of them pops, they all pop. Because you are immune to this damage, but if you decide that you are not next to the creature, then that reflection is not you, therefore it is not immune, therefore it takes damage, therefore it explodes. So you can create a line of duplicates up next to someone that surround them, and then one of your allies or something damages one of the enemies, which then pops all of the mirrored images. If I'm reading this right, I don't see anything that says that you're only restricted to having one mirror reflection at the same time. I almost hope I'm wrong, because that's too good. Because it says, like, some events force you to determine which one is the real you, and then they end the effect and cause your image to disappear. This happens automatically at the start of your next turn. It also happens if you choose to move out of your space. It says nothing about it automatically ending the next time you use Mirror's Reflection. That seems... The mirror seems way too good. Especially with the Paragon benefit, where you can strike whenever you make a new Paragon, or a new duplicate. God, that's cool. I was expecting that to be cool, but that is so cool. Okay. You might, well, you might take damage. But it's not much. But I think that basically what I was imagining is, yeah, it's not nearly as good as I thought it was. I was imagining that you... Oh, yeah, I had it in my head that the adept benefit, whenever you didn't take the damage whenever a mirror image popped. So if someone crit you for 40 damage, you could say, oh, that wasn't me actually. Therefore, I don't take that 40 damage and instead you get hit. But it doesn't do that. You take the damage and then the image explodes because it wasn't real. Okay, that's a lot more balanced. I thought that you could spend 3 actions creating reflections, and then they could spend 3 actions hitting you, and each time you could decide that they missed. Okay, that's a lot more balanced now. It's still really cool, but it's not broken. Yeah, I'm probably missing something because I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and my brain is melting out of my ears. But yeah, it does say both of you, so presumably it's only one, but who knows? I think that the extremely lenient interpretation of the rules is you can have more than one, but the reasonable is you can only have one. Okay, so Regalia. Oh god, I'm 3 hours in and I'm only on page 40. A lot of it's flavor. A lot of it is flavor. So Regalia represents rulership, leadership, and societal connections. A a lot of scepters, jeweled orbs, and heraldic banners. So while you hold your regalia, so it's not actually an outfit, it is a status symbol that you hold. You hold authority. So you get a +1 circumstance bonus on deception, diplomacy, and intimidation. Allies who can see you can follow the expert to follow you, even if you're only trained in a skill, not expert, due to the competence you clearly have. When they do the circumstance bonus they gain from following the expert is +1. Okay. Granting a +1 status bonus on saves against fear. At the end of your turn, you reduce the frightened values by... Oh, okay. So it's a kind of combination of martial abilities with champion, or of courage. That's okay. This is mainly really good at a combat because you're a charisma-based class who just got a +1 bonus to deception, diplomacy, and intimidate. Yeah, it really helps increase the size of a class when there are like 9 different implements to choose from or 10 different subclass options. These are some chunky classes. So the apt benefit, the bonus increases to +2 so long as you have master proficiency in each skill. Oh, so it requires master. When people follow the expert, you grant them a +2 if you're trained, +3 if you're an expert, and +4 if you're master or legendary. +1 status bonus now applies to all mental effects rather than only fear. And your allies in the aura have a +2 status bonus to damage rolls. This is very similar to the martial archetype, while also just giving you a flat bonus to pretty much every social skill. Okay, so intensify vulnerability. Your regalia implement makes you seem more confident. Whenever you successfully strike the target of your exploit vulnerability, choose an ally that you can see. That ally gets +1 circumstance bonus on the next attack roll against the creature until the beginning of your next turn. That's really nice. Yeah, this is basically the martial archetype, but as the core class. Which is good, because the martial archetype is amazing. Actually, the martial archetype would stack really well with this, because the inspiring martial stance gives a +1 status penalty, so it stacks with intensify vulnerability. And the paragon benefit is if you get a critical failure on trying to coerce, make an impression, or request, you get a failure. When others use follow the expert, you give them +3 circumstance bonus if you're trained, or +4 if you're expert or above. Jesus. And allies in your inspiring aura aren't flat-footed from being flanked unless you are also flanked. And if one of your allies in the aura is clumsy, enfeebled, frightened, sickened, or stupefied, the status penalty is 1 lower than the condition's value so long as they remain in the aura. This is similar to what I said about the lantern. This is really good as a second implement, or maybe third. It doesn't give you a bunch of core abilities. This is a great second or third implement for a very combat-focused campaign, and a good primary implement if you're doing a good, or if your campaign predominantly focuses on RP and intrigue. Similar to the lantern. Still, it's very good. Getting a +2 bonus to basically all charisma skills while you are while you are a charisma focused class is very good. Tome. I know that there's some crazy shit going on here. I choose to believe that the best tome implement is a traveler's guide, to a different city or province. Yeah, and a bonus to demoralize and faint is so good. And yeah, like that's what I mean, where it's not flashy. It's just really good to have in the background, buffing pretty much everything that you do. It just works great. Like the active implements and the reactive implements are flashy as hell. The passive ones just do their job. And speaking of passive, tome. While you hold your tome, lines of text appear on the open pages revealing useful information. Get a +1 bonus on all skill checks to recall knowledge. And during your daily prep, you can gain the train proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. You change the benefit as long as the tome is in your person, even if you aren't actively holding it. At 3rd level, you're expert in one of these skills, and trained in the other. At 5th level, you're an expert in both. You can't use them to take skill increases. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's good. More skills is better skills. The adept benefit. While holding the tome, at the start of each turn, each round, attempt a skill check to recall knowledge about a creature. If that succeeds, you get a +1 on your next attack roll against the creature. I mean, this would be good if they had more concrete rules on what happens whenever you try and recall knowledge on the same creature multiple times. That'd be nice. And whenever you... I mean, also, it would be hilarious to just... Your tome is a sheet of paper. There's nothing written on it. It's just a blank sheet of paper. You're like, what? Can you not see the writing on there? And you're clearly insane. There's no writing, but it somehow tells you useful pieces of information. I mean, being effectively quickened with a free recall knowledge at level 7 isn't bad, but I just wish there were more concrete rules on recall knowledge. Yeah, that is true. That the front-loaded implements are really good, and you can just boost another one to hell and back. And yeah, your temporary proficiencies are just even better. God, that means that at level 9 you could have what, like 4 skills that are master proficiency? You would have more master proficiency skills, or sorry, you could have more master proficiency skills than a rogue, which is saying something, because rogues can only have 3 by this level unless they take additional lore. But intensified vulnerability, whenever you use it, roll a d20 and set the result aside and time that until the start of your next turn. You can use that instead of your attack roll. So hello there, devise a stratagem. It's been a bit since yeah, it's just, you hold up your blank sheet of paper. You said we're fighting vampires, right? Let's see what the blank sheet of paper says about vampires. Oh yeah, like that's really good, especially because you can use esoteric lore to recall knowledge on enemy creature. But my main problem is if you're fighting a single creature and you fail on your first recall knowledge, there's no rules saying if you can try again. Or if you succeed, there's no rules saying if you can try again. If there was rules for that, I would be much more inclined to say that that's good. But as it is, it isn't really there. Also, the Paragon benefit is, while holding your tome, you can always roll a skill check for initiative against creatures or haunts using esoteric lore, and you get a +2 circumstance bonus. That's really good because it automatically improves in proficiency, and it uses your already highest, or most likely your highest ability score. Although you can't become legendary in any skill at any given day. But it is the ultimate dummy's guide. Although it is hilarious to imagine, like, you're reading a book as your exploration activity, and then you just see duck. Dodge, you fool. Oh, and also there's more. The initiative, I didn't see it carried over. So recall knowledge bonus increases to +2, and if you succeed, whenever you succeed at recall knowledge check against the tome's added benefit, the bonus applies to all attack rolls you make before the start of your next turn, not just your next one. Okay, that's a lot better. Oh, and yeah, both are legendary. What the hell? That's really good. I mean, you can't get the true experience of legendary skill proficiency because you can't take skill feats, but that's really good. Like, oh yeah, I guess that I'm as good as the wizard at Arcana today. Okay, the wand implement. I remember being a bit unimpressed by this in the playtest, but we'll see how I think now. Okay, so I fully believe that you should be able to have something that looks suspiciously like a gun as your wand implement. No, it's a new innovation and magical theory where instead of having to wave a wand to use it, you just pull this convenient little trigger. But 2 actions, dealing 1d4 plus your charisma modifier to a target and a basic reflex save against your class DC. The type is whenever you select your wand implement, which is cold, electricity, or fire. And it heightens like a cantrip. I know about that feat. I've read through the feats. Although I forget the exact wording of it because the campaign I'm going to be playing is going to go to level 10, so I didn't pay quite as much attention past the level 10 feats. Okay, and it recharges after 1d4 rounds. And you can boost the damage to d6s, and then it has to recharge. And if you critically hit with a strike, it automatically. Okay, got it. Versatility. So you choose a second damage type, and there's an additional effect if they fail their save. So cold, they're slower. Electricity, they're flat-footed, and fire, they catch on fire. Pretty standard, actually. About what I would expect for those damage types. And increased range, obviously. And when you fling into vulnerability, and then if you fling magic later on that turn, you deal additional damage to the creature equal to 1 plus the damage dice. Won't turn down basic damage. I'm still not that impressed by the wand implement. Like, they didn't change it much since the playtest, and even then I thought that it was a little underwhelming compared to the other options. And you can choose any type of energy, and you can also make it into a 20-foot burst. I mean, 20-foot burst makes it a lot better. It's now a really good... it's a much better... Basically, what I'm trying to say is, martial characters generally do not have access to many AoE effects, so being able to use this to do an AoE effect is pretty good. However, I feel like a lot of the other Paragon benefits have been a lot more interesting. And it's only an AoE at level 17. But let's talk about the weapon. You generally only choose a one-handed weapon, because you need to have your other hand open to be a thaumaturge. You get implements interruption, but also you get weapon specialization at level 5. Or critical specialization at level 5. So this is basically just an attack of opportunity, except it triggers whenever they use a concentrate, manipulate, or move action, or leaves a square during a move action that it's using. So it is a more flexible attack of opportunity, which attack of opportunity is really good. And it can also work with ranged weapons, but you have to be within 10 feet. So you just make a strike against them, and if you get a crit, you disrupt whatever the action was. Unlike attack of opportunity, you can disrupt a move action, not just manipulate. You can also disrupt, like, you can disrupt so much shit. Oh yeah, I knew that it was failure instead of crit fail. Like, it's worse if you critically fail, but yeah, it's just not quite as cool. I wish that it was like maybe a bit less damage, but it was only one action or something, but one action that you could only use once a round. And it didn't match a, like, I wish it was weaker, but you could use it easier. I don't know if I think that the Paragon benefit is as good as a spell slot. Because if it's at 17th level, that would be 8d4 plus your charisma mod and a 20-foot burst, which is really good, way better than any cantrip. But so it's really good, but this might honestly just be my monkey brain where I like hitting things with sticks to do damage. That could, like, maybe the right way to put it is, I see that this can be good. However, I don't see myself personally using it very much. So, to me personally, it doesn't seem like something that I would like using, but I can see that mechanically it is good. That's probably a better way of putting it, I think. I'm tired. But Implements Interruption is very good. Very, very good, because it's a better attack of opportunity, which means it's good. So the adept benefit is that even if you miss with your attack, but not critically miss, you deal 1 point of damage anyway, which could trigger enemy weaknesses, which you almost certainly have, because you probably created a personal antithesis or a mortal weakness. So that 1 damage at level 7 probably means, what, like actually 6 damage with personal antithesis, and who knows how much for mortal weakness. So dealing additional damage unless you critically fail is really good. And Intensify Vulnerability is amazing. You get a +2 status bonus on your attack rolls against the target of Exploit Vulnerability. The sword knows how to kill people. What else is a sword to do but stab? +2 status bonus is really good and is really going to help out your accuracy as a charisma-based martial class. Like, seriously, that's really good. I believe that replaced the rule of 3 level 6 feet. The Paragon benefit is that you disrupt whatever action triggered Implements Interruption on a hit instead of a critical hit, which is absolutely absurd. If you have a reach weapon, spellcasters are going to absolutely despise your guts, because if you get a reach weapon, you get up next to them, you take a feat later on that gives you an additional reaction. If they try and move away from you, you hit them, you stop them from getting away from you, and then they try and cast a spell because they think surely they don't have 2 reactions, and then you disrupt their spell by hitting them. It is very good, especially if you have more than 1 reaction. But now let's move on to the Thaumaturge feats, because they're very fun. So, Ammunition Thaumaturgy is basically required if you're going to be using a ranged weapon, because it means that you can use whatever hand you're using to hold your implement to also reload a weapon. So if you want to use a gun, then you don't have to deal with, okay, well, I'm going to put away my implement, meaning that I can't actually use all the reactions or abilities, reload my weapon, take out my implement again, and now I have to do that every single time I make a strike. So yeah, it's basically a feat tax if you're planning on using particular types of weapons, but I think it works. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think you might be able to use a bow with this. So like, because it has the reload 0 trait. So if I'm remembering right, I believe that if you I believe that if you're holding a longbow in one hand, yeah, sling builds are now a thing. I believe if you're holding a longbow in one hand and then your mirror in the other, I think you can reload the bow. No, I think you need two hands to actually fire a bow. You need one hand to wield the bow. Regardless, sling builds work, gun builds work. I'm forgetting other reload crossbows. Lots of fun stuff. Diverse lore means that you can now use esoteric lore to recall knowledge on anything, not just creatures. You do take a -2 penalty though, but you can use it on everything. Also, whenever you use try to exploit a vulnerability, you compare your esoteric lore check there to recall knowledge on that creature. So you basically bundle in a recall knowledge with your check to exploit weakness. So yeah, that's just some great action compression, especially if you have the tome implement, because that would allow you to that just gives a flat bonus on checks to recall knowledge. So now you can recall knowledge on anything. And like, okay, so there are multiple lores that you can get access to that allow you to recall knowledge on anything. However, they're stuck at either trained or expert proficiency, where esoteric lore automatically improves to expert, master, and legendary. So if you want to be able to be the know-it-all who knows something about literally everything, this is the feat for you. Shockingly, it's not gossip lore, it's not bardic lore, it is diverse lore. While taking the tome implement. So Divine Disharmony, this is a weird one. You combine religious symbols of two deities that fucking hate each other, which is so weird and discordant that it messes with people. So you make a deception or intimidation check against abilities of a creature that you can see within 60 feet. If they are particularly devoted to a deity, like if they're a cleric or an aligned outsider, you get a +2 circumstance bonus on your check. And if you get a crit, they're flat-footed to your attacks until the end of your next turn. And if you get a success, they're flat-footed against your attacks on this current turn. So it's a nice way to get flat-footed. Familiar. Get a familiar. Haunt Ingenuity. When you aren't searching for in exploration activities, you still get a secret check to notice haunts. This is the type of feat that I mentioned earlier, where the lantern implement just gives it to you as part of holding the lantern. Although also you can disable haunts that require master proficiency in a skill so long as you are at least trained in that skill. And if you are master in a skill, you're counted as having effectively legendary proficiency for disabling haunts. Root to Life is a fun feat that I have actually talked about before. You lay a flower or small token on a dying creature, which instantly stabilizes them. They're not conscious, but they're stable. You can also spend 2 actions instead of 1, which would empower the act, whenever you do that, they get to attempt flat checks to remove any source of persistent damage that is affecting them, and the DC is 10 instead of the normal 15. Scroll Thaumaturgy is fun. You can activate scrolls of every single magical tradition using a Thaumaturge class DC for the scrolls DC rather than the actual spell DC. And if a spell is the spell is for multiple traditions, you can choose which one to use at the time when you cast it. And you can activate scrolls with the same hand holding an implement, much like you can with Esoterica. So that means no matter what scroll you find, you can use it, which is really nice actually, because so many times you'll like loot like a wizard's place, or you just find a scroll somewhere and then no one in the party can cast it because no one's an occult spellcaster, or no one is a divine caster, or no one is a primal spellcaster. You don't have that problem anymore. And you can just pick up low-level scrolls for dirt cheap that will be useful at some point. Like, you don't know when you'll need Quench, but it's better to have a scroll of Quench and need it than not need it than to need it and not have it. Second level, Call Implement. You own your implement, and thus, when you want to have it, so long as it is within 1 mile, it suddenly appears in your hand, as if it was always there. If someone is trying to hold it like away from you, or is keeping it under lock and key, they get a will save against your class DC. And if they succeed on that, you have to track them down and get it physically. Enhanced Familiar is Enhanced Familiar, same as with every spellcasting class, pretty much. Esoteric Warden is fun. When you succeed at a check to exploit a vulnerability, you get a +1 status bonus to your AC against the creature's next attack, and a +1 status bonus to your next saving throw against the creature. So if you critically succeed, those are actually +2. So you could basically, whenever you recall knowledge on someone, you know how to fight them better. You can only get these once per day against a particular creature, and it ends if you exploit vulnerability. Talisman Esoterica. Each per day, or once per day, you can make 2 talismans that have to be half your level. And you have to know the talisman's formula, so you have to look that up and research it. It is a temporary item, so sorry, you don't need to look them up and research them. You know all the formulas for common talisman of your level or lower, and you don't need a formula book. Unfortunately, talismans kind of suck whenever you're restricted to half your level, because this is the same problem that the talisman dabbler archetype deals with. Low-level talismans are not very good, and you're basically exclusively restricted to those. Turn Away Misfortune is a reaction with a fortune trait where you would attempt to roll something that it's being affected by misfortune. You perform some kind of superstition that is supposed to ward off bad luck, and it does. It cancels out the misfortune trait, causing you to roll normally, and as normal, you can only apply 1 fortune ability. So if you used it, you couldn't use like a hero point to reroll whatever you rolled. Okay, breach defenses. Requires you have exploit vulnerability, which means you gotta have, normal. You gotta be a base thaumaturge, is what I'm trying to say. Because I assume that whenever it says this, the archetype doesn't get it. But you find 1 weak point whenever you succeed on exploit vulnerability. You can learn about the highest of the creature's resistances that can be bypassed, like if it has resistance that is only overcome by silver weapons. And if it has one, you can choose to count your strikes as bypassing that resistance instead of applying a special weakness. So, for example, if you're fighting a devil, they have physical resistance that is only overcome by silver weapons, and they're also weak to good damage. So you could either choose, if you succeed on a exploit vulnerability, to deal good damage on your attacks, or you could choose for your weapon to count as silver and bypass their physical resistance. There are some situations where creatures don't, like, the devil example is pretty bad actually, because they have both a weakness and a resistance, but there are going to be some instances where things don't have a weakness, but they do have a resistance that can be bypassed. In that case, breach defenses is amazing. Instructive strike is also very good. You make a strike, and if you hit, you can instantly try and recall knowledge on them. And on a crit, you get a +2 bonus on the check to recall knowledge. Who doesn't like knowing things? And because you have access to esoteric lore, which should be using a lower recall knowledge DC than normal, you're pretty likely to know what you're talking about. And by that I mean having a lower DC. Like, I'm just going to look it up. Goblin Commando. Level 1 creature. Oh, that's a... What? Is that different on Nethos? So... Yes. So, the standard DC for recalling knowledge on a commando is DC 15, but if you're using a lore to try and identify a goblin commando that is unspecific, it's DC 13 instead of DC 15. So effectively, you're shooting your recall knowledge DC that you're shooting for with esoteric lore is always 2 lower than what is normal, which is amazing. It's so good. So instructive strike is really nice, but it's not as good if you also have diverse lore, because you've presumably already made a recall knowledge on whatever you're fighting, and there's no rules for what happens if you try and recall knowledge more than once on someone. Paired link is a very, very weird thing. So you break something in half and give one half to someone else. During your daily prep, you can perform a short ceremony where you gift one half to the other person. On that ally, you can cast spells and use thaumaturge abilities that have a range of touch, as if they had a range of 30 feet instead. And the ally can cast spells that have a range of touch on you from a range of 30 feet. Which is weird. So someone could, if you gave this to a champion, they could use lay on hands on you from 30 feet away by touching whatever medallion you gave them. And you could, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an actual thaumaturge ability that has a range of touch rather than adjacent creature. But they've got to exist. So you could heal someone or use an ability on them from 30 feet away, despite the fact that they have to be within touching distance. So that's really good. You have to work together with your party to make sure that that's going to work well. It requires team synergy, but if you can get it to work, it works great. Okay, so Thaumaturge Ritualist is uncommon, and it's, I think, the only uncommon feat, but you have a +2 bonus on all primary checks to perform rituals, and you learn 2 uncommon rituals of level no higher than half your level, and you have to meet all prerequisites for casting them. And at 8th level, and you just learn rituals as you level up. You have to get GM permission for this because rituals can be really, really finicky. One more activation is pretty simple. You forged a really deep bond with your items, as all thaumaturges do, which allows you to use them more than once. Once per day, you can activate an item that you've invested, even after you've already used it once per day. So basically, a lot of magical items have things that they can use, like I believe, is this? That's the complete wrong one. I'm trying to remember. It's a really common, no, it's a bracelet, not anklet. Bracelet of Dashing, that's it. It's a really basic item. Once per day, you can get a 10-foot status bonus to your speed for 1 minute. Once you use that, you can't use it anymore unless you have one more activation, in which case, in case you really need it, you can use it again. It's up to you how useful you think that actually is. Generally, they're very specific. I know that I've had bracelets of dashing multiple times, and I've never once used that activation. Although, to be fair, the characters that had them were a swashbuckler and a monk who already had higher bonuses to their speed. Regardless, Scroll Esoterica requires that you have Scroll Thaumaturgy. Each per day, you can create a single temporary scroll containing a first level spell of any tradition. It has to be common, or you have to have access to it in a different way. This is temporary and unstable, and I don't know if anyone can use it, but it is unusable by the end of the next day. And at 8th level, you get a second scroll every day that contains a second level spell. You better get familiar with the entire spell list of the entire system, because you can make any first level spell and any second level spell. Sympathetic vulnerabilities is whenever you create a specific vulnerability, the result is more powerful, meaning that, let's say you are fighting devils and you choose mortal weakness, so your weapons now deal good damage on every strike. Now, if there are other demons, or not demons, if there are other devils around, like let's say you're fighting a Barbazoo and there's also an imp, you use exploit vulnerability on the Barbazoo and make it so all of your strikes deal good damage. And then you also attack the imp, you still deal that good damage, triggering the imp's mortal weakness. You can also use this for personal antithesis on a non-humanoid creature, but you can apply the same custom weakness to creatures of the exact same type. But keep in mind that this has to be the exact, basically the stat block matters. It would work on all imps, but it wouldn't work on other devils. Cursed effigy. This is actually a curse. So for one action, after your last action was a successful strike against the target of exploit vulnerability, you grab a bit of blood, hair, or some other piece of the creature's body, you incorporate the material into a pre-made doll or something else, some kind of effigy, and then as long as you are exploiting vulnerability against that creature, it takes a -2 status penalty on its saving throws against thaumaturge abilities or items that use your thaumaturge class DC. Did I hear anyone say bell implement? Or wand implement? Or, I don't know. What is it? Scroll Esoterica? There's gotta be more. I mean, there are 100% more, but I'm just trying to remember which ones have actual saving throws. But regardless, I mean, that's good. Mainly Bell and Wand are the ones that require saving throws, but there are bound to be other feats. So you just make an effigy of someone, and then, yeah, they're really bad at resisting things that you do. Elaborate Talisman Esoterica. You create 4 super low level talismans instead of 2. Still highly situational. Incredible Familiar. It's the Incredible Familiar feat. Other classes have that, so I'm not going to cover it. Know-it-all. If you want to know about things, this is a feat for you. Now, whenever you succeed to recall knowledge, you gain an additional piece of information. And if you critically succeed, you get even more. So if you're planning on taking a lot of the feats or implements that improve recall knowledge, then Know-it-all is great, because you can get to the point where you recall knowledge on someone, and then the GM just texts you the monster's page on Archives to Nethys. And yeah, a lot of thaumaturge stuff is creepy as hell. So, share weakness. While you're exploiting a character's mortal weakness, you grant it to an ally. So, your ally's strikes now deal or apply the same weakness from your mortal weakness the same way that your strikes do. And this ends whenever you share weakness again or whenever you use exploit vulnerability on a different creature. So, again, you're fighting a bunch of devils, and you start putting good damage on all of your attacks, and then you toss it over to your Flurry Ranger friend, who's now going to be applying good damage to every single one of their attacks. It's really good. Thaumaturge's Investiture requires you have 16 charisma. You should have that at level 1. You're definitely going to have it by level 10. So you get the Incredible Investiture skill feat, increasing how many invested items you can have from 10 to 12. And if you have an 18 con, charisma, which you should, the limit increases to 14, and 16 if you have 20 charisma, 18 if you have 22 charisma, and 20 if you have 24 charisma. I don't know how many items you need, but if you've seen Mios's character art, you'll know you need all of the items. Personally, I've only ever actually hit my limit on on invested magical items whenever I got up to like level 16. And even then, that was in a campaign where we had way too much money. Twin weakness. Okay. So you're holding an implement and a weapon, and you're using exploited vulnerability with a mortal weakness or personal antithesis, meaning you at a minimum failed on exploit vulnerability, and a creature is within reach of both your weapon and your implement. If someone fills up that investiture, I'd be impressed, so long as they aren't buying like a bunch of level 3 items. But so for 2 actions, you make an attack augmented by Esoterica, and you applying the weakness as your implement's energies sear the target's flesh. To make a melee strike against the target of your exploit vulnerability, on any attack roll but a critical failure, you also press your implement against the creature, automatically dealing the additional damage from exploit vulnerability. So this is in addition to any damage from the strike, including the weakness of the strike. So basically, you trigger the target's weakness twice from exploit vulnerability, but for 2 actions with no MAP. I mean, it's pretty good. It's especially good with mortal weakness because, in general, mortal weakness is going to be much higher than personal antithesis. And this is just a really, really consistent way to deal damage. Elaborate Scroll Esoterica is an upgrade to Scroll Esoterica. Shocker. You get a 3rd level spell scroll, and at 14th level you get a 4th level spell scroll, and at 16th level you get a 5th level spell scroll. Good lord, you have access to so many different spells at this point, because again, this is of any tradition. You're not going to know what to do with these. Intensify Investiture. Speaking of Investiture stuff, once per 10 minutes as a free action, if your next action is to activate an invested item, instead of using the base item DC, you use your Thaumaturge DC if it's higher, which it almost certainly is. There are some offensive items that very quickly can just become completely useless because their save DC is just really low. This helps against that because it makes sure that you can always have a pretty competitive save DC. Shared warding. You ward your allies. So whenever you get a status bonus to AC and safe from Esoteric Warden, you can also just give these to your allies. So they also get the same benefits. It's good if you're going to be recalling knowledge a lot, and with Esoteric Warden, you probably are, then it's a very good investment. Now, pardon me while I totally don't, well, okay, so, yeah, so the next feat is called, Thaumaturge's
Domain.
Okay, Thaumaturge's Domain. What do they have to spell it all fancy? So you claim an area as your domain, granting it a ward and protecting it. So you have to publicly, you have to own it, or claim an area without anyone contesting it, and it's up to 2,000 square feet. Once you've chosen it, it is automatically protected as its private sanctum with unlimited duration that is heightened. Additionally, it's attended by 3 unseen custodians, and 1 object as elemental sentinel. So it's just a protected area that you own that you can always go back to. And it's just a nice, safe place to kick back and relax. In this economy, impossible. So Esoteric Reflexes requires that you have an implement that grants a reaction. At the start of your turn, you get an additional reaction that can only be used by the implement reactions. Yeah, no, like Scroll Trickster, like I can definitely see like throwing consumables at every problem, and also taking the prescient planner and prescient consumable feats, and just drowning in consumable items. And the Cursed Effigy is a very, very good feat for someone who's using a bunch of scrolls, because you whap someone and then you make an effigy, and then now they take a -2 penalty on all of their saving throws versus your scrolls. Which that can be fun. Regardless, Esoteric Reflexes is pretty boring, but very good, because it means that you can use your amulet twice a turn, you can use your weapon twice a turn, you can use your bell twice a turn. That's really good, because those are all fantastic. All of the reactions from your implements are very good. Grand Talisman Esoterica. Now you can put 2 talismans on an item at once, instead of just 1. And you can only use this on 1 item at a time. Honestly, not that good, because again, this is getting to the point where there's like a 7-level difference between the highest level talisman you have and your level. Although you might be able to make it work with Intensify Investiture. Actually, that might make the big difference, because it means that maybe your talismans have a chance of actually being threatening despite the difference in level. I'm just going to take a quick look at some talismans. I honestly don't remember how many talismans require saving throws, so this might not work. Actually, no, talismans aren't invested items. Never mind. Forget what I said. Trespass Teleportation is a reaction when your target of Exploit Vulnerability is trying to teleport. You teleport alongside your enemy, in the exact same direction and distance as they did. Any allies affected by Share Weakness or Ubiquitous Weakness, if you have them, can spend their reaction to teleport alongside you. So, if you share weakness with the party and then someone Dimension Doors out of there, you go with. Implements Flight is a primal thing because it's all over the place with this class. You just can fly equal to your land speed, because you can just fly. I personally like to imagine that, like, let's say your implement is a weapon and it's a sword, and you start flying around and people start asking you, hey, thaumaturge, how are you flying around by pointing a sword somewhere? The only way that you have to explain your actions is by saying that you cut off gravity. Swords are sharp, swords cut things, they can cut gravity. Constant fly speeds are very good. Just try not to get disarmed. The 7-part link is the feat I mentioned earlier that is tied to the number 7. Because yeah, many traditions hold the number 7 significant. So you exchange 7 things with people, and then now you can use paired link with up to 6 willing allies. So anyone can cast a spell with a range of touch. They can target any linked allies within 30 feet. Sever magic is also good. Speaking of cutting things that can't be cut, you cut magic. So you make a strike against an enemy. If you hit and deal damage, you attempt to counteract a single spell active on the target, your choice of which. The counteract level is automatically half your level rounded up, and the counteract modifier is equal to class DC minus 10. Hit someone and get rid of their mirror image or their mage armor or their fly spell. There are a lot of very good options. Not as many as in first edition Pathfinder, because there aren't as many long duration spells, but there's still a lot of very good options. Grand Scroll Esoterica, level 18. You get a 6th level spell, and at level 20 you also get a 7th level spell from any single school in the game. Well, the thing about Unga Bunga being smarter than magic is it's not actually smarter, but it thinks it's smarter, and what's the difference? Any smart person would try and tell you that there is a huge difference between thinking you're smart and being smart, but they've got to be lying, right? Okay, so Implement's Assault is another level 18 feat, where for 3 actions, your implement supercharges your weapon to shoot out and just hit everything. Make a strike with your weapon against every single enemy within 30 feet of you. You don't increase your multiple attack penalty until after making all of the attacks. If it's a melee weapon and any of the attacks are outside of your reach, you just let go of your weapon and it returns to your grasp after all of that. Yeah, if you want to kill armies, this is what you want to take. Because yeah, you can kill a lot of people with this. Intense Implement is also just insanely good. You choose your 3rd implement that I believe you get at like level 13, and you get the adept benefit for it. So that means you could have 2 implements with the adept benefits and 1 with the paragon benefit. As we saw before, those adept implements or adept benefits are very good. But ubiquitous fucking hell. Ubiquitous. Let's just see.
Ubiquitous
weakness requires that you have the share weakness feat, and whenever you use exploit vulnerability and choose mortal weakness, you can select any number of allies within 30 feet, and they also apply that mortal weakness the same as your strikes. This ends whenever you stop using exploit vulnerability. Since this only affects, or rather, since this comes into effect based on strengthening the bonds with your allies, you actually have to know your allies and like them. So you have to know them for at least more than a day. Unlimited Domain is a wonderful feat and definitely up there for one of the most likely feats I would want in real life. You have a domain and you can bring it everywhere with you. It is 10,000 feet. Once per day, you can just bring it somewhere, which takes a minute. It's effectively Resplendent Mansion, except that it conjures your domain from its previous location, with all the benefits of it, in addition to those of the spell. You must be able to claim the new area, but it has the same restrictions. So, if it's a public area, no one can contest you over it. Finally, the last feat, and the last thing I'm going to be covering today, because my throat is dying, and I also really need to get some food in me. It's been a long time since I've eaten. Wonder Worker requires that you have legendary proficiency in Arcana, Nature, Occultism, or Religion, or any one of them if you have the tome. Well, you need at least one of these to be legendary to take this, because the tome implement doesn't count as a prerequisite for taking feats. So you could choose, say, okay, I'm going to be legendary in Arcana, and then use the tome implement to also pick to be legendary in Nature and Religion, depending on the day. But regardless, once per day, you can align your Esoterica to cast a spell of 8th level or lower that takes somewhere between 1 and 3 actions to cast. The spell must be common, or you have access to it. You can choose a spell of any tradition for which you're legendary and the according skill. So, obviously, they're all connected. You use your Thaumaturge class DC in place of any normal spell DC, and Thaumaturge class DC -10 in place of the necessary counteract modifier or spell attack modifier. So, with the tome implement, you can pick and choose an 8th level spell from any tradition to cast once a day, which is very good. And again, you gotta be intimately familiar with all of the different spell lists to really get the most out of the Scroll Esoterica and Wonder Worker feats. And that is unfortunately where I'm going to have to cut it off for today, because I would like to stop before it gets to the point where talking causes me pain. But I will, unless I wake up tomorrow and my throat is actually causing me pain whenever I speak, I will be finishing this tomorrow. And tomorrow, my plan is to go over all of the archetypes, including the multi-class archetypes for the Thaumaturge and Psychic, and also like pretty much, I just want to go over all the other player-facing options, like new spells. Oh god, there's so many new spells. But yeah, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. So, until I see you next, live a wonderful life. Oh, I don't think that there's any new familiar options. But I could be wrong on that. There might be some options. I don't believe that there's any new familiar options. Unless you count an ancient old one puppeting you like or like controlling you like a puppet. That is a thing. We're going to cover that tomorrow. See you guys then.